Good evening. Thank you all for joining us here and joining us on Zoom if you are so. This is the Aspen City Council regular meeting for June 28, 2022. That'll be a call to order. Could we have a roll call for attendance, please?
Councilor Dorley. Here.
Councilor Howenstein.
Here.
Councilor Mesro.
Present.
Councilor Richards.
Here.
Mayor Tory.
Here. No scheduled public appearances this evening, so we will go right to citizens' comments and petitions. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address council on items that are not scheduled for public hearing on our agenda this evening. We do ask that you limit your comments to about 3 minutes, as we like to give everybody a fair and equal opportunity to be heard. Why don't we start on Zoom? If there are any attendees on Zoom that would like to make comments this evening, you can unmute yourself and introduce yourself for the record. We'll check with you again after we go to in-room. If there's members of the public that are in room that wish to address council this evening, come on up. Okay.
Well, I thought I'd talk about some items that we won't talk about later in the meeting. My name is Chris Bryan. I'm a local attorney. There were a couple things on your consent agenda that caught my attention. The first is the Lumberyard design contract. I noticed that you're voting tonight to increase the design fees by $655,000 to a total of $1.6 million. And I would just remind the council that this project is getting very expensive, and it's still not clear how that's being paid for. And then secondly, on your consent agenda tonight, I see that the city is under contract to purchase 2 properties for their employees that are outside of the city limits. One is in Snowmass Village for almost $1.1 million, and another one is in the ABC for almost $1.1 million, and that uses the 505 fund. A couple of observations. The city says it doesn't like affordable housing tied to employers, but you're allowing employees of your city officials or city employees to take advantage of that. For example, employers aren't allowed in the housing lottery. And then second, the city is buying properties for their employees outside of city limits, but anyone mitigating affordable housing has to buy or build within city limits. And that's that seems hypocritical to a lot of people. So I just want to make those observations. I will be giving public comment when we get to the substantive public comment for the second readings of the ordinances that are on tonight's agenda. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you. Nick? Yeah.
I'll be as brief as possible, and I think I can do it under 3 minutes. Today is Election Day. A lot of you people out there have not voted. I am going to leave this meeting and encourage some people who still haven't voted to vote. And I think having meetings on Election Day is generally not so good, but not my call. I'm here to speak about the short-term rental regulations. And I think they are fundamentally flawed in 2 respects, which I'll briefly detail. First of all, I think formalizing 75% of the current 1,400 units is a mistake. It yields about 1,100 units as a permanent entitlement. And what that permanent entitlement will do is it will increase the price of housing here, and it will build into the purchase price the anticipated revenue stream generated by having a short-term rental. So the problem of unaffordability will get worse. Second, and it's easily overlooked, and I didn't see any analysis in the consultant's report, when you entitle short-term rentals in residential neighborhoods, you find 2 things: a loss of long-term rental because there are conversions. There are apparently public officials who have done that, kicked out their long-term rentals to have short-term rentals. And secondly, you see a decline in population. Now, that's documentable through mapping the census 2010 and 2020, which is something I do for entertainment. But there's a demonstrable relationship that has a correlation coefficient that is stronger than the ones that you use and that you must use for your own mitigation studies. So you're going to have loss of population, and you're going to have loss of long-term rentals, and that's not accounted for in your program. I think the program otherwise is pretty well thought out. However, 1,100 units plus condotels, which are exempt, and so-called locals who are going to say they live in a home that is a short-term rental and get exempt from your cap of units, that means you're essentially going to be close to the 1,500 or 1,400 you have today, not counting unreported ones. 1,400 units in room days is in excess of 200,000 room days. 200,000 room days exceeds the total number of rooms proposed at Gorsuch House and Brown, the W, the Hotel Jerome, and the Little Nell. Add all that up. It's not even 100,000 room days. You're talking about permanently entitling 200,000 plus room days. Now, I'm a swimmer. I'm not very good at it. I need to do it, though. I have a lot of fitness issues, and swimming is important. I cannot swim on Sundays. The rec center is closed. Why? No staff. Saturdays, my other day off, the rec center is open for 5 hours. Okay? This isn't a world-class resort, the second wealthiest or first wealthiest city in the country, and I can't go to a rec center on Saturday or Sunday. The MAA has lost its entry-level orchestra. They couldn't even invite promising young students here to learn because they can't house them. The APD is 7 people short. It's not a large department. 7 is a big chunk. A quarter of the teachers are thinking about leaving. RAFTA is short. The county is short. There aren't enough people to fill the jobs. And what we've done here is we're going to create hundreds, maybe thousands of new jobs because the people who do short-term renting are affluent, they have money to spend, and they're going to spend it. So when I want to go to a restaurant for a bowl of noodles, I got to think about whether I can afford $64 for a bowl of noodles. Now, if you look at your own citizen survey, this is the first time, and I've been tracking citizen surveys for a long time. And usually the city deserves and gets very high marks on services and quality of life. And if you look at the survey, there's been a marked decline in that. And one of the critical pieces of that decline are there's nowhere I can afford to shop or eat. I can't. You know, a 6-figure salary guy, you know, if I earn 6 figures this year, I still can't afford to go out to eat here. It's insane. I can't shop here. I want to.
3 minutes.
Okay, almost done. One sentence, not Rachel length, but reasonably long. Okay, I can't do those things. And affordable housing is absurd. So you try to recruit somebody to run your jail or to teach here, and what are they looking at? $4,000 a month for a basement apartment on the East End. $4,000. Who can do that? And we're making the problem worse. My suggestion, and I will conclude, that you restrict the total number of short-term licensed to 500, and the total number of days to something like 90. Now, 500 units, each having 90 days, that math is not that hard. You know, you're still adding 45,000 room days, still exceeds all those hotels I named.
Thanks,
I think you ought to cut it back. Thank you. And I think you ought to, and I will agree with Chuck Frias, I don't think short-term rentals belong in residential neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks.
Other members of the public? Come on up.
Will you be taking public comment during the 505 purchases, or is now the appropriate time?
Yeah, it'd be now.
Thanks, Mick. Hey, Peter.
Hey, everybody, nice to see you all. Peter Fornell, been a while since I've seen you, so it'll be good to see you all. You know, I want to be clear for the public, and hopefully you all understand this, but, you know, what the source of our 505 fund dollars are. Essentially, when a department in the city runs at a profit for the year, that's something that isn't appropriate for the city to do. So they look for a landing spot for those monies that those departments run in the black. If a department, let's make an example, non-specific, but let's say the community development department runs at a $100,000 profit or black number at the end of their year, they have to take that $100,000 and dump it into the 505 fund. And that, you know, you would have the option of going back to all of the applicants who made applications to that department for the year, and if I was representative of 5% of those application dollars, you could go to all of those applicants for the year and you could refund them pro rata so that you're only charging an applicant for a development for the actual cost of that. But that's not what's happening, and you are dumping those dollars into the 505 fund. And at a minimum, if $100,000 went into the 505 fund from the community development department, and I was responsible as an applicant in the city for 5% of those dollars that are getting dumped into that fund, shouldn't I then be credited for the 5% of the affordable housing that you purchased there as being a participant in providing that mitigation to the city? I believe that there are developers in town that are paying for mitigation to the city that they're not getting credit for having paid that mitigation. I don't think it's right. And I have other fundamental problems with those monies only being used for purchase of affordable housing for City of Aspen employees. I think that those dollars from the 505 fund that go to purchase affordable housing should go straight out to the public lottery like the rest of it does. I don't know why we're providing some special dispensation to City of Aspen employees for those 505 generated dollars, but when you're making a profit from people making an application, they should either be getting a refund or a benefit for having done so. And I hope that you understand that those dollars are coming from people like us that are spending our money to make applications.
Thanks, Peter.
Thank you.
Peter, thank you for taking the time to come in today, but I think you've gotten inaccurate information. Every department in the city puts a small percentage into a longer-term affordable housing fund. It has nothing to do with any sort of fees that they receive or don't receive for the year. It's a percentage of their department going towards long-term housing. And
Well, where do those dollars come from? I mean, the employees
I'm
working in
sorry,
the
this
city
isn't really a dialogue.
Various
I'd be
sources.
happy to have a memo put together more clearly. It is very deliberate savings that the city has because the city is a little different than a restaurant or a retail shop. We just can't close up and say, that's it, we're not going to repair the electric lines anymore, and we're not going to plow the streets anymore, and we're going to continue with a police department that's limping along where we can't fill positions because of the cost of free market housing. What we've not done is say that our employees would have any advantage in getting into the regular affordable housing funds that are created by the real estate transfer tax or the 0.45 cent sales tax. Those dollars are going directly to affordable housing that goes to general lottery pool or to the rental wait list. You may disagree. We'll write you a full memo to explain how that happens, but it's been a very deliberate of the choice of the city for a very long time so that we could be staffed and we could serve this community and the guests that come here. You may disagree. You may think that it should be a random. Yeah, you may, that it should be a random chance. Now, when you look at the county's code, their mitigation dollars from all growth can be used 100% just for county employees. And when I was on the county board, I insisted that half of those units go to the general lottery pool. But their mitigation code is written such that 100% of any dollar they receive for mitigation can be used for county-only employees. We don't do that. And we do invest in employee housing. The Water Place housing was built decades ago. If it hadn't been, I don't know what type of city we'd have left. The simple truth is that there's an awful lot of 30 and 40 and 50-year-old businesses in this town who've never bothered to buy a unit for themselves and are depending on APSHA to do everything right now. And that's where the new pressure's coming from.
Well, I'll remind
you.
you that this is not a
Peter,
Board
I
of County Commissioners
feel I
meeting.
have to correct your misrepresentation of how those funds are derived into the 505 fund. It's not dumped into the 505 fund from leftover departmental funds. I don't want to get in a long discussion. Pete Strecker's over here, he can write a memo about it, but we go through it every year in the budget cycle.
It's an
agree-
overage of revenues
please.
generated from those departments. Where does it come from?
No, it's not. It's not. You're wrong. Pete?
Thank you.
I do want to say that when I got on council, I had concerns with 505, but if you look at the hospital, MAA, the ski company, the school district, all of them provide housing for their employees. Mick was just up here saying we can't have the ARC open long enough because we don't have housing. Same with RAFTA. Housing is a big deal, and to have first responders have housing is important, and that's what 505 funds are for, is for key personnel. I'm not going to get in a debate with you now about how it's funded, but you're misrepresenting.
Then I'll look forward to the memo from your department staff as to where those revenues are derived from, because I believe that they're derived from people like me who make applications to the city for projects.
Thank you, Peter.
Yeah, and so, let's agree to disagree there for certain.
Thanks, Peter.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And thanks for your interest in affordable housing. I know that your intention is always for affordable housing in our community, so thank you. Other members of the public that wish to comment this evening?
Hello.
Hi.
Lori B. Winterman, longtime local, developer, realtor, all the stuff you guys hate.
If these are comments on ordinance 9, 13, or 14, we'll be taking public comment during
Short-term
those.
rentals?
Yep.
Okay. First of all, just to counter Mick for a second, we voted 2 years ago for $114 million that passed for school housing, so the teachers are not leaving because they can't get housing, but that's okay. I'm talking about short-term rentals now, and my point is that you seem to, the council seems to think that mitigation is necessary for more employees if there's more short-term rentals. I would like to maintain that those of us who own property here have the same people shoveling our lawn, plowing our driveways, doing the work. I'm not, when I'm gone and I rent my house for a week or a month, I don't hire extra people for those people. I am not creating extra employees. And I just think it's something that maybe you guys aren't aware of. And my neighbors, by the way, don't have a problem, any of us. We've never had a complaint if we've rented our house for a week or a month. Thank you very kindly.
Thanks,
Thank
Larry.
you. Other members of the public wish to make comment this evening? Come on up, state your name for the record, please.
Hi, Julianne Kyle, Keil. I've been in Aspen full-time for 9 years, and I am dependent on my short-term rentals financially.
We'll be taking comment about the short-term rental and ordinance 9. If your comments are about ordinance 9, will be during the public hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you just said to her.
I just said the same to her. She wanted to discuss, she wanted to rebut something that Mick said perhaps. She was
Okay,
out of
sorry.
line to make those comments then, but
Okay, sorry.
not a problem. We'll be there soon.
Bad,
So was
Lori,
Mick.
bad.
Yeah, in fairness. So was Mick.
Of course. Other members of the public that wish to comment on items not scheduled for public hearing? I will be looking back at our Zoom participants. If there are members of the public that want to comment to City Council about items not scheduled for public hearing on our agenda, please unmute yourself and introduce yourself for the record. All right. We will close that portion of our agenda this evening and move on to special orders of the day. Council members and mayor's comments. Council members? Comments this evening?
Sure. First things first, as mentioned, it's Election Day. So, do we know, do the polls close at 7? 7. Yeah. So if you haven't voted yet, this would be the time to walk down to Main Street to the BOCC building and do it. I think we've all seen in stark relief the struggles that our democracy faces. And I think the meeting tonight, amongst other things, demonstrates that the real governing actually happens in your backyard. And so it's important that we each take a role in that. And for each of you here to do that tonight, thank you, truly. Other than that, I just got back from a small trip, and I saw Tori right after at the farmer's market. He said, "How was your trip?" And I said, I think the thing that, if you most want to fall in love with Aspen again, the best thing to do is leave momentarily, because the perspective is amazing. Just coming back into town, it just never stops striking me that no matter where I go, how incredible it is, I get home, and I can't be more overjoyed to be here. We live in truly what is, for me, the best place on earth, and we are so fortunate. And so I'm just really grateful to everyone in our community who's part of that experience, who built it, who created it for us. I also had the opportunity to visit with one of our sister cities in Chamonix. I was there for my cousin's wedding. Jacques, who runs the Sister Cities program, says hello to everybody, and he knows everybody because he's been there for 30 years, and he just retired officially. Wow. He and the mayor, Eric, who also says hello to everyone, and many of the council members sent their regards. They sent some gifts. They're still in my mom's suitcase, so I'll get those to you guys. But it was really wonderful, and I really went there with an open mind, looking at a community similar to ours in many ways, but that has been around for hundreds of years more. And it was really eye-opening. What's the biggest struggles right now? Affordable housing, environment, transportation. We often talk about the train. I glorify the train. Well, they got a lot of trains, and they still have a transportation problem. So it just puts stuff into stark review. We'll go into it more probably at a work session, but suffice it to say that they feel that COVID has distanced sister city relationships. They'd like to rebuild those. They think there's more opportunity for information sharing, for potentially joining some groups or PACs together around things like the environment. And candidly, they were really looking to us for leadership on affordable housing. So I just wanted to share all that. Oh, and they do a almost free ski pass for everyone under 18, and the mayor highly suggests we consider such a thing. So that's it. I just want, for everyone in the room or watching who's participating, what we do up here is not always easy. We balance a lot of interests, and we do so with the best interest of the whole community long-term in mind. And yeah, I just want to say that's really what's happening up here. And throughout this process, over the last many months, many of you and hundreds of others in our community have been part of this. And the rules that I hope will be adopted in some form today really reflect a process of co-creation. There was a ton of change that happened as a result of your input. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Comments tonight?
Yeah. I'm going to mimic what Skippy said about leaving Aspen and traveling to other places. Most of us traveled to Breckenridge last week for a Colorado Municipal League conference. And Breckenridge is a really nice place, but they're not Aspen. And I think there's two reasons primarily for that. Number one is our proximity. We're farther away from Denver. And number two, the people that came before us and enacted some zoning regulations that were pretty forward-thinking for their time. But as a result, we have a better community, we have more open space, and we still have a lived-in community. These are all things that I'm grateful for. Thanks.
Thanks, John. This way. Council comments tonight?
Yeah, the CML conference, this is an opportunity for all of us to make contacts and network with representatives from about 200 municipalities around the state, and to attend 2 or 3 seminars a day. I was there from Wednesday at 2:30 on resiliency to Friday noon on ethics and There were a lot of interesting comments throughout the stay. I won't go into great depth, but I will say that there were two seminars that I went to. I think John and I were both in both of these, where Aspen was held up as the gold standard for building codes in the United States, the state, the United States, and perhaps the world. It might sound like we have, and we do have a lot of codes, but if you value the environment and carbon reduction and sequestration and energy conservation, Aspen is a leader. So I'm proud of Aspen, and to have representatives from Eagle and a lot of other municipalities hold us up as the gold standard. I'm proud to be part of the city for that. I would be remiss if I didn't say congratulations to the Avs. 16-4 in the Stanley Cup. We are Stanley Cup champions for the first time in 21 years, and I find that as a relief and a cause for celebration.
Yeah, very good. Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel.
Yes, I felt the Colorado Municipal League session was very valuable as well. A number of great topics of what can be done, what other communities are doing on things like electrification, climate change measures, and waste reduction with the new recycling laws that have come forward, and a lot of other great topics and encouragements to do the tough things when you're a leader. You know, I would want to mention, since Breckenridge was raised, that Summit County went into a moratorium for about 3 months last year on short-term rentals, and they came out of it. And on May 24th, they went back into a moratorium for 9 months because they found their first set of rules really weren't effective, and they were continuing to lose any sort of sense of lived-in neighborhoods and residential communities. So I thought that was fairly surprising information. I serve on the APSHA board and with Skippy, and at our last meeting, we were asked by Kelly McNichols Curry, our counterpart there with the county, if we could write a letter to the county board because she was not getting much traction with them, her term, on the housing issues. And so on top of a few other things, I had put a letter together last week which we did deliver to them. And I would like to thank my colleagues for signing as individuals, even though I know you may well have wanted to express some concerns in different ways. It was very disappointing to me to read the coverage afterwards that there really was not any advocacy used with that letter or meaningful discussion about our ask. And so while it's going to take a couple moments, I would like to read that letter for the record and for the public. So thank you. To our esteemed colleagues of the Pitkin County Board of Commissioners, we are writing this letter in our individual capacities as Pitkin County citizens and fellow elected officials, because as a country, a county, and a valley, we are facing an unparalleled housing crisis. The known needs of today for our community and businesses to survive and thrive, to continue to support the most basic of services for our residents and guests, our economic base, are now quite apparent. Market forces have changed the regional home prices into ranges that are simply not supportive of the workforce needed for tourism or for healthy, sustainable communities. The vacancies and challenges of filling any job at any level of skilled position in any field cries out for action now. We are imploring the Board of County Commissioners to send a letter to the Pitkin County Clerk's Office by Friday, July 29th, the formal state deadline, to reserve a place for a potential county ballot question for November 22 to ask the electorate to create a Pitkin County Affordable Housing Fund. The needs are great and growing. Time is of the essence to have the resources needed to address the crisis in partnership with Aspen, other municipalities, and agencies throughout your jurisdiction. Pickens County literally began the affordable housing program with Midland Park, and with approved bond revenues, continued that legacy with Twin Ridge and Pitkin Iron and other projects. These homes were created with dedicated revenues, not just mitigation dollars. In recent years, Pickens County has done admirable work with the limited mitigation dollars it has received from its new growth. But our county needs you to begin, our community, to working with dedicated revenues again. The workforce created via affordable housing thus far has helped sustain, assisted by a now disappearing out-of-county commuting workforce, which has always been about 75% of our workers. Our collective services in the community are in the face of ever-increasing non-resident property ownership, the retirement or passing of our predecessor generations throughout the valley, and the rise of new job generators and housing competition from short-term rentals and remote worker uses. We believe that time is of the essence. Asking a ballot question in 2022 will allow your board to engage in the problems in earnest, to make housing a top priority again. We will support you in this effort. There are many pressing needs and potential uses for increased housing funding, including, but not limited to those listed below. 1, adequately fund the APSHA office independent from the county general fund so that the county's general fund can deliver what the community expects and the county can fund housing-specific issues, not competing with the clerk's office and the sheriff's office and every other fund that they have. Winning Colorado grant dollars is highly competitive. Large local matches or overmatches will be critical, given that we are about the most expensive place in Colorado to build housing, are viewed as a very wealthy community, and that the state dollars will just go so much further in other places of need. 3 would be fulfill the county's role of supporting the pillars of health, which they've adopted as a Health and Human Service agency that names safe and affordable housing as fundamental to a successful community, such as treatment alternatives for area homelessness. Have the funds to begin planning for supportive housing options for our senior community, a long-known community need, and potentially a place where people would like to move to readdress occupancy issues. Begin to fund catching up on our area's housing shortfall. Pickens County depends solely on mitigation dollars coming from new growth for housing production. This free market growth only partially mitigates its impact. Our plea is to change that, to help us catch up on the housing shortfall, to literally house our own community that is being hollowed out daily. Phillips Curve repairs, rebuilding, has been under consideration and planning for years, over 5 years. I was part of the board that voted to buy that. And at that time, we knew there was a $3.9 million sewer system we couldn't afford to fix. And that's only gone up a lot. And there's still no movement or no funding allocated in a way to make that settled. Participate in land banking for the future and take advantage of partnership opportunities that exist today. Consider the long-term needs of the county just as a service-providing organization, as well as the needs of private businesses and other community partners, special districts, municipalities. Help drive the design and the decisions by being a moneyed partner at the table. Help fund the incentives needed to tackle known policy issues that have come up repeatedly at the APSHA board. Incentives for right-sizing, settling lawsuits, resolving looming HOA capital reserve and repair shortfalls of aging properties. And help us creating a low-interest, easy-to-access fund for affordable housing homeowners for repairs and replacement of decadent structures that have aged beyond their useful life. Simply put, we are working hard to bring new housing options online, but we can't tackle the growing shortfall on our own or resolve the many housing policy issues that have been identified on a no-cost-to-anyone basis. The county recognized long ago the need for affordable housing and has a legacy of great foresight to have preserved Smuggler, Aspen Village, Lazy Glen, and Woody Creek neighborhoods. Aspen and the larger community need your full participation and focus again. November 22 is the time to act. The turnout for the governor's seat and our congressional reps will result in the biggest turnout and the most representational group of resident voters that one could ask for. There are always reasons to turn back, but at least give yourself the option for chance for option now. There's a housing crisis, and we are asking you in all sincerity and good faith to join us in a more fulsome partnership by seeking dedicated funding for needed housing actions this year. Start planning supportive senior housing. Help fund low-cost loans to current owners for repairs. Get energy efficiency into our older housing stock. Help fund current projects and joint opportunities. Fund APSHA without competing with other general fund needs. And have the resources to start acting regionally. Unfortunately, this very sincere plea was rejected pretty much out of hand with the term that there's no consensus on the Board of County Commissioners. But we don't know what that consensus isn't. Is it that there's not really a housing crisis, that the city can somehow pay for it all, that the new STRs that they just approved won't create any new job demand? And worse yet, in kind of the light of all this, I was forwarded a memo from the county attorney from before I was ever on the board in '05 that told them that their new code and their mitigation levels would be constantly leaving a deficit, that it would never catch up to the demand or the employment that they were creating. And so, you know, we're trying to catch up on shortfall as well. There's a lot of properties here that weren't mitigated or mitigated at a lower level. But one way or the other, our community has depended on the free market homes throughout the valley to be our workforce. And that is disappeared. That is just gone. Those rental rates, those ownership rates, you know, people are telling me they lost their lease and the new lease goes up 300%. You know, it's just something we've always taken for granted. And clearly the pandemic made it worse. The new move to remote working made it worse. But when you can come and remote work somewhere in Carbondale in the Mid-Valley and pay $5,000 a month for a one-bedroom, it's really cheap compared to your old Silicon Valley and San Francisco Bay. And this is what's happening to housing throughout our valley and throughout our state. And it's a very serious problem, and it troubles me greatly to see the people that we're losing, the people that are making the choice to not be residents or community members anymore, because it just isn't panning out for their families. Thank you. Thank you all for your time and for listening.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Rachel.
Thanks.
My comments this evening will be short. A lot of you have noticed just starting yesterday, we've started to implement the Galena and Cooper pedestrian improvements and safety plan. I ask for your patience during the implementation of this. This is an experiment to see if this is the direction that our community wishes to go. As I shared in a meeting earlier today, the team that is implementing this is carrying out a policy direction from this table, and this table is 5 representatives of our community. We hear oftentimes that we want to see our community safer for pedestrians. We also want to see more business traffic and foot traffic downtown, and we are trying to address those items. And again, this is for this summer. Let's all be patient, see how it works out. Some of the comments that have been coming back, strangely enough, a few years ago, a lot of comments were about the drivers and the cars that were in our streets. And now the comments seem to be about the pedestrians and the bikes. But the problem here is that cars hurt bikers and pedestrians. Bikers and pedestrians don't hurt the people that are in cars. We are trying to make this a safe and usable downtown core. So again, I ask for your patience as we move through this, and you're always welcome to give us comments. My email is tori@aspen.gov. Please direct any comments you have towards me, and I'll get them and share them with staff. That brings us down to agenda amendments this evening. I didn't see any. City manager's comments. We have Scott Miller as acting city manager this evening. Scott?
I have none.
And it'll bring us down to board reports. Are there any brief board report updates?
No.
I'll briefly state that CORE is very close to choosing a new executive director, a process that started close to a year ago. CORE has gone through an organization growing and is in a lot better position now than it was a year ago. I'm I'm proud for where we are now, and it's a big improvement over where we were a year ago. I don't think that I reported on this since at the last meeting, but I was on an audit subcommittee for RAFTA, and we had a meeting in Carbondale, and the RAFTA fiscal position is outstanding.
Thank you for attending that. Very good. Just one update, this morning was the ACRA board meeting. We had a presentation actually by city staffers about the pedestrian improvements on Galena and Cooper. We were able to get a lot of really great comments. It's amazing, you know, this is one of those issues that people come from complete opposites and feel that their opinions are most valid, like so many items that we deal with in our community. Again, what was refreshing, though, is that there was an acknowledgement that we are moving in the right direction. They're interested in this trial, and they look forward to this summer to see how that interfaces with the rest of the community. I will also share that there was one other comment made at the ACRA board meeting this morning that was of interest to me. It has to do with the public hearings that we're going to have this evening. And the comment was from somebody that's in the real estate sector. And his ask was that, you know, it's great that we move forward with these ordinances, get something on the books so that we can continue to work on them. This is a living document, living codes. These are things that we're going to put in place, see how they work, and be able to make adjustments. And his ask was really that we get something going on the books, and he's looking forward to seeing these new codes in place. On that, we also are in receipt of some notes from survey information that ACRA had sent out to their membership. You have that in your inboxes. I'll bring us down to the consent calendar. Our consent calendar this evening is Resolution 79, Lumberyard Design Team Contract Amendment. Resolution 80, contract for the purchase of an automate ticketing system. Resolution number 83, a purchase contract for affordable employee housing unit. And Resolution 84, purchase contract for affordable housing unit, and the draft minutes of June 14th, 2022. Are there any items on the consent calendar that any members wish to be pulled and discussed? Yes.
I need to pull one. I said a brief comment about the two purchases.
Yes.
Yeah, I just because there was interest in the room, I wasn't, going to say anything. I just want to, openly share, and I will say I'm going to support these, but I too have shared concerns with the 505 fund structure. That often scares city staff. It's not because I don't want to house all of us. I absolutely do. I'm a runner. I'm a barefoot runner, right? I use the minimal possible amount of thing under my foot because I recognize that my body is designed to get the feedback from the ground, and that informs how I run. And I have often found that the 505 fund is like wearing a giant shoe. It insulates our organization from the housing need. And I think inhibits us from, not tonight, but sometimes from rising to the challenge of housing. That said, you don't get to quibble about how your food was grown when you're starving. We have an opportunity to purchase housing tonight, and I'm going to do that.
I move to approve the consent calendar.
Second, but further discussion. Yeah, thank you for your comments on that, Skippy. I appreciate that, and I don't want to get the number wrong, but how many employees do we have, Scott? Or Jim, is it 350?
Over 300 when you include the temporary employees.
Okay. And over time, our construction of units for potential housing has been pretty limited. I think we might be at 15% of that, given some of the prior purchases that were made in the past. But what I really wanted to say is that I feel we are very much forced into this because we need to provide the services for the public that they expect and that they deserve. And that we had been looking at and will continue to look at, but the plans were put on hold to be able to develop housing, additional housing for city employees on the water plant property up Castle Creek Way. And that was kind of mothballed because of the pandemic and because of the magnitude of it, and it's something we really won't be able to start for a while. But both of these two units are free market units. And while we will be renting them at an affordable rate to their employees, it is quite possible we could choose to sell those again in the future, as the county has been doing with the affordable housing units which they purchased with their funds, and kind of flipping them and then returning the funds back into the larger project that would house more people. But this is, in my mind, an act of to show what every department and every agency is going through right now when they're closing the deli counter early at City Market, when you can't get fish cut after 5 o'clock, when you can't, restaurants are closed additional days, when I can't even recommend people go over to the butcher's block, they close so early. This is just what's starting to happen. And whether it's you're not having music festival performances you want, where you're not seeing the Arc open when you want to use it, we're trying to shift personnel towards the working week so that parents will have someplace safe their kids can go. But, you know, we're all suffering from this now. And so I support these purchases, but I do think they're part of a longer-term plan and securing what we need now in terms of personnel.
Yep, understood.
I will comment on 3 of the items briefly. The lumberyard, yeah, it's getting expensive. It's going to be expensive. We need to have air quality studies so that people living there can be assured that they're breathing air that is good for their health. It's going to take a long time to build the lumberyard. We don't know how it's going to be funded yet, but you have to start putting the pieces together. And the firms that we've been working with, I think, have done a really good job. I'm happy to, not happy to, but I think that it's important that we continue the process. And for the 2 505 fund purchases, I have problems with them. They're not in the urban growth boundary. They are. I have concerns that we might be buying them at the top of the cycle. The realtors and finance department is telling us that we have downswing coming. These are lower end on the market, and our need is great. And I know the county is purchasing housing down valley. Everybody's trying to find a way to house their employees, so I will be supporting these 2 purchases as well.
Thank you, Ward. We have a motion and a second. Could we have a roll call vote for the consent calendar, please?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yes.
Counselor Mesro,
Yes.
Counselor Richards,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
Yes. With no notice of call-ups or first readings this evening, we'll get down to public hearings. The first one is about ordinance number 9, short-term rental regulations.
We'll be back in just a second.
Just a moment to set up, Mayor Tory, thanks.
And I'll do the same thing.
Thanks, Linda.
Sure. I wonder if anyone's done the calculation of how far to the moon it goes. I always do that in Congress.
Okay.
Mayor Tory, may I share my screen?
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Mayor Tory and Council. I'm Philip Supino. I'm the Community Development Director for the city. I'm joined by Haley Hart, long-range planner with the city, and joining us online from Denver is Rachel Schindman from EPS. She was the fee consultant on the short-term rental ordinance that's before you this evening. As I think you and the viewing public are likely aware, this is the last scheduled meeting in the 7-month journey that has been the moratorium declared on December 8th of 2021. I've been waiting, we've been waiting for a number of months to turn that 628 rectangle orange. So I just want to hover on that for a second and say it's orange, and that's exciting. We're feeling optimistic. Thanks, Joseph. I'm going to review some material that you've seen before. I think it's helpful for framing and just to let the viewing public know kind of where we are. You've seen this slide before, and as we've gotten towards the conclusion of this process, staff continues to feel very confidently that we were correct about some of the constraints that we were confronted with as we did the work directed by City Council. It is our belief that we have, through research and analysis and engagement and dialogue, arrived at the logical conclusion, which is a discussion about some potentially conflicting views about problems and solutions on the topics that were included in the moratorium ordinance last year. Some numbers that I think are interesting and telling about where we are. This is the second reading. There was a first reading on 614 for residential building, and the end of May for short-term rentals. The moratorium thus far has been 202 days. We've had 19 meetings with council and boards and commissions, 52 engagement events and meetings, approximately 59,000 words, and that's just staff memos. It's not ordinances, it's not engagement documents, it's not emails. 59,000 words is about a 200-page novel. That's a lot of reading for you all as well. We recognize this is a two-way street here. Approximately 5,600 hours of staff time and 2,100 hours of consultant time have gone into the ordinances before you this evening. And as a result, staff feels very confident about the quality of our work product. And I just want to highlight for a second, if you'll indulge me, there are dozens of people, not the least of which are the members of our community who dedicated time and energy to this process. There are dozens of people inside and outside the organization that deserve thanks and praise for their contributions to this. But I do want to highlight just for a moment, Jamie McManus, Garrett Larimer, Haley Hart, and Ben Anderson. The amount of effort these folks put into this work is Herculean, and I feel grateful to be able to work with them and just feel a ton of gratitude for the experiences we've had together over the last 7 months trying to deliver this work product for you this evening.
Thank you.
The request of council this evening is to review the 3 ordinances in the order on the agenda, to have questions and discussion, first about short-term rentals, ordinance number 9, and then we would close that public hearing and conduct another public hearing on ordinance 13 and ordinance 14. And just as a reminder to council and the public, the ordinance as described the moratorium as described in ordinance 6 expires on August 8th. But before we get to action on any one of the ordinances, I think a little bit of context is important. This is just a sampling of some of the issues that council on January 11th described as being part of your motivation for implementing a moratorium and for directing staff to engage in the work on the topics which we subsequently engaged in. Things like residential development patterns, and the relationship between land use and development and our climate goals. The sense of the inadequacy of some of our regulations to mitigate those impacts, be they to housing or climate or neighborhood character. the relationship between our multi-decades-old growth management system and the impact mitigation, and really the realization of the built environment in our community that our residents expect. And some of the sort of inefficiencies or insufficiencies of those regulations relative to the aspirational statements in the Aspen Area Community Plan were all things that council directed us to use as guideposts in the work that we conducted for the last 7 months. And so we took that direction and we engaged in the legislative process. We looked at the recitations in Ordinance 6, the goal and problem statements from the January and February meetings, the very clear, again, visionary statements in the Aspen Area Community Plan, robust, significant, meaningful, and ongoing public input on those topics, research and analysis from, to use Councilmember Richards' phrase at the end of the December 8th meeting, the best professionals that we could find to support our work. And then, as you've all been experiencing, significant dialogue at this table on these topics. And this process, we didn't make this up. This is industry standard best practice for how to make such significant and impactful and thoughtful regulatory amendments in a community such as ours. And we've mentioned this before. I remember a discussion even in the December meetings when the moratorium was first discussed about gauging success. And staff has attempted to be as transparent and as honest as we can be with council and with the community about how we feel like we need to gauge success. And in January, we had conceived of it as effective, practical, and defensible responses, taking a realistic approach to the scope and scale of the problems and the time frame that we had to attempt to address them. And ensuring that we were conducting an open and honest conversation with the community about all these topics. We believe that by these metrics, this process has been highly successful, regardless of the outcome of the legislative discussion this evening, regardless of the future effect of whatever legislation is passed by council this evening. By these metrics, we believe that we've been successful. But success is hard to measure, and we believe that it needs to be measured on multiple timeframes. And I put this image up because I don't really have a great slide to sort of summarize the comments that I'm about to make. And I saw this painting at the Buyer Center over the weekend, and I find it to be beautiful. So I'd rather we look at that while I make some summary comments. The moratorium is a means, not an end. Right? This was a tool that council chose to deploy to give the community and staff the space to engage in dialogue and research to arrive at some solutions. The moratorium was a necessary tool insofar as council was unanimous in your desire to enact the moratorium and supporting the sort of rationale behind it. The result is a leading edge set of regulations tailored to our unique sort of economic and social and environmental circumstances and constraints in our community. And we believe it's responsive to at least the majority interests of the residents and parties in our community, be they industry or full-time residents or city council. But we can't judge the success or the effectiveness of the legislation that you're considering this evening until they've played out, likely over months and years. Aspen has a history, a decades-old history, since the formation of Aspen as a ski town, of constant discussion and self-regulation about how to best strike the balance between these conflicting needs and interests within our community. Managing development to maintain our economic and social and environmental health, answering the question, who is Aspen for? Different people have different answers to that, and they have for decades. The AACP is a vital tool for helping us to manage, to mediate that dialogue. It's aspirational, and the land use code is one place where those aspirations, the rubber of those aspirations meets the road. But the land use code cannot resolve these larger community issues. And when we're thinking about success and we're thinking about the outcome of this process, the resolution of these issues, at least in my view, ought not be a metric of success, because I don't believe that that's a realistic metric. And that the land use code, although it's very important, is not the only sort of tool to achieve some of those ends that council had desired last December. We've, in the last couple of weeks, staff has gotten a number of comments about the potential for unintended consequences. Yes, there are likely unintended consequences. It would be irresponsible for staff to suggest that we can anticipate and plan for the outcome of all of this legislative work. These are substantive changes. The land use code, as has been stated previously, is an evolving document. It is a living document. It has evolved over decades to respond to changing circumstances, changing self-concept as a community. And every time it evolves, there are unintended consequences. I doubt that our previous selves had envisioned the value of real estate as it exists today 40 years ago. I don't think anybody could have conceived of these numbers. That's an unintended consequence. And I think on the main, a lot of people think it's a good one. So staff doesn't want to suggest that there won't be unintended consequences. And we don't believe that unintended consequences ought to prevent council from taking the action you want to take on the legislation before you this evening. Because that was not a guardrail for success that was put in place at the beginning of the process. And I'll just conclude by saying that staff has taken this process very seriously. We take our role in supporting your role as this community's elected officials very seriously. We recognize that this legislation could have positive or negative impacts on any number of people in our community, any number of interests in our community. It will undoubtedly shape the future of the look and feel of our town. We chose this profession for that reason. This has been a humbling experience for us that we're grateful for. And we, again, take our role in this with the utmost seriousness. And I thank you for your time in making these rather large statements, but I feel like it's necessary, again, to put some of this into context. So with that, the order of operations this evening is, again, short-term rentals, which is Ordinance 9. And then Ben and Garrett and their team will join us to discuss Ordinance 13 and 14. Soon after that. So Haley's going to walk you through some of the changes made since first reading. We have some specific information that are responses to council questions or some public input that we received. Following that brief presentation, we'll be able to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Yeah, so instead of walking through all of the sections like we did at first reading, just highlighting the larger policy changes. So the first was the occupancy limits that we discussed in May. So we have changed for studios to the 2+1 for 3 total for occupancy, and 2+2 for anything that is 1 bedroom or more. So that was the first large policy change that has been made and redlined from first reading. The second large policy change was the administrative fee. We got clear direction to keep it as administrative only for the cost of the employment for the short-term rental program. So that has changed for 148 for condo hotels, so that's the short-term rental lodging exempt, and 394 for short-term rental owner-occupied and short-term rental classics. We've got more slides for both of these if you'd like, but do you have a question?
Just a quick clarifying question, and I appreciate that the tax piece is out of here and the community can decide at a later date, and we're still figuring that out. We had talked about a $268 fee. I saw this number in the packet and I thought, why did it go up? And then I looked at it and it's actually the $268 plus the $150 of the business license. So I just wanted to clarify that my understanding is correct in that.
So after first reading, our consultants circled back with us after hearing council discussion around the administrative fee, and they basically needed more cost information from city departments than they had anticipated in the first round of analysis that they conducted. So the 394 is not the first number plus the business license. The obligation to an STR, owner-occupied, or short-term rental classic under this scenario would be 394 plus the 150 for the business license. And the consultants are on the call again to sort of walk you through the methodology behind arriving at the administrative fee. The methodology is unchanged. They basically just, the realization was that they were doing most of the calculation based on the way the program's managed now, as opposed to elements of the program that they hadn't anticipated, which will be in place in the future.
Got it, but it is 394 plus business license.
Plus business license, that's correct.
Thank you.
Yep, and the next slide, we'll see that. Oh, it's fine. The last thing we'll talk about further on with the in-unit messaging. So yes, this is just the updated fee from Rachel's team. So if you have any further questions on that, Rachel is on the line and available to sort of talk through the methodology. But again, it is the same. It's just got more components in that we provided more information. Okay. So Council had asked us to see drafts of the in-unit messaging to accompany Ordinance 9. So we provided 3 different packages that will go with every short-term rental unit. This first one that you see is what we anticipate to be in the unit itself. So this has some of that basic information for visitors that can contact the owner or operator of the unit. It's got the emergency contact information for the city. It will have specific information regarding parking and trash for that unit itself. So this is what we anticipate being, the most pertinent information that will be this one-pager in unit. The next one is the short-term rental guidelines. So this has been designed by Design Workshop, but it is information that Philip and myself have put together. This is going to be more of the operational standards. So this is for, the permittee or the qualified owner's representative. This is how they will understand how the new permitting process and the permit application process will occur. And there's like a really nice flow chart. You can see sort of which, short-term rental permit is right for you. It's got all the information for financials, for sort of operational standards. So the idea is to be an easy guide for anyone who is operating a short-term rental. And then the third document that was included is the short-term rental good neighbor guide that was co-created with ACRA. This is what our technical advisory committee had sort of helped us realize that we needed early on in that process, having a few pages that really explain why Aspen is unique and address issues such as the wildfires, such as wildlife safety, some sort of those like larger issues that pertain to all visitors. And the idea is to continue to work with ACRA and refine that, and also find a way that this can be put in units outside of short-term rentals. So it could be in businesses, it could be in the hotels. So the idea is to have one sort of cohesive document for visitors.
Just one quick question. I assume there'll be a digital version as well that'll be shared with.
Yeah, so the idea is that we're going to be putting together a website. All of these links will be there. Actually, in the last technical advisory committee meeting we had 2 weeks ago, some of the members were asking, like, we'd love to send this in an email, right, when we send out the information for visitors today. So all of that will be linked to one website.
And a text. Should be sent in a text
In a
as well.
text
That is
message.
where people will most likely read it, swear promise. You'd think it wouldn't matter, but it does.
Thank you. And then here, so this is the permit cap analysis. Mayor Tory, you had asked for more information regarding this. Just as a reminder, only a portion of the current short-term rentals will be decreased over time through this permit cap analysis. Those are the short-term rental classics. So the idea here is to remind council, of the policy objective of reducing the impacts to dispersed STRs that we have since determined are more of those short-term rental classics. And the reduction is a measured response to that directive. So there will be no limits, again, to commercial core, commercial lodge zone districts, as those do not have the dispersed short-term rentals within that zone. The percentages that you see, again, are for the more residential, mixed-use RMF zones that we felt, and that council felt was appropriate as it reduces the overall dispersed short-term rentals. And again, the idea is to go from 11%, which is 535 short-term rentals, to 8%, which is 407. So those are the numbers that we had arrived. And, staff asked many of the communities in the case study that y'all had received early on what their percentages were. And, that is sort of how we derived at this number. So this was just sort of a further analysis of the 75% cap, and happy to discuss that more if need be.
And just a few updates on sort of where we are in terms of the implementation of the program, because that's been working in the background for some time with the expectation that some version of this legislation will pass. We have a program to build and implement, and there's a timeline associated with that. The deadline being October 1st, when the moratorium on short-term rental permits expires. Council approved budget for a short-term rental program manager via spring supplemental. We've hired that individual, Emmy Garrigus, who's currently on community development staff and will be moving into this much more sort of high-profile and significant role. Finance and community development are working with MuniRevs, who's our vendor for a wide range of web-based services for managing short-term rentals. They are building out our larger permit application platform. We're talking to them about building our wait list and other associated, again, sort of web-based tools for us to help manage the program. We're developing our permitting, noticing, and inspection processes, coordinating with ACRA, not only on the in-unit messaging, but other opportunities for them to add value to our program and help support the development of more public-facing materials. We're finalizing the guidelines document. That document, per Ordinance 9, has to be approved by council resolution. We plan on bringing that resolution to council sometime in September prior to the October 1st deadline. So with that, that is our presentation. Again, we're open to discussion on any of the elements of Ordinance 9, in addition to those changes from first reading, and we look forward to answering any questions you have. And I'm going to stop sharing my screen for the time being, and we can come back to it.
No painting?
Any questions from council? Not right now? All right.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
with regard to the public comment section of the hearing, under our system that we moved to with Zoom, we would request that you ask anybody on Zoom that wishes to comment to raise their hand. There's a function at the bottom. Then we will let that individual, when you call on them, they'll be converted to a panelist, and then they'll be able to communicate. So I just wanted everybody to understand that if they wish to talk online, they need to take that step. I'm not sure how somebody was called in. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
If there's no questions from council at this time, then we'll go ahead and take public comment. Please. Why don't we start, we've got a hand up on Zoom, so we'll go ahead and have Patrick Raleigh. You can unmute and introduce yourself for the record, please. Patrick, yep, go right ahead, Patrick.
Okay, thank you. A bit of a delay in the webinar. So yes, for the record, my name is Patrick Raleigh. I'm here on behalf of Nicole Demetrius, who is the owner of 125 West Main Street. She would be an STRC classic permittee. My question or my comments relate to the mixed use zone district. You guys have seen to put a limit on the number of STR permits that would be issued in the mixed use zone district. And I would like you to consider relaxing those limits and possibly putting them in line with the other commercial core CL and C1 zone districts. The mixed use zone district already is a buffer zone between more uses and residential zone districts. And particularly properties located on Main Street are in an area of great activity. So short-term rental activities would be, less obvious. They're adjacent to wonderful amenities such as parks, existing public transit stops. So it's really a nice location to put this activity in the city. We really do support your efforts to try to limit STRs and other zone districts to try to control the impacts that they may have on more residential zone districts. But the mixed use zone district, and again, particularly along Main Street as Nicole's property is, really seems to be a perfect location for STRs. They could benefit from certain synergies with existing lodge uses. They can also benefit from the great accessibility that Main Street affords. And also it'll provide vitality going down Main Street. Currently, there's a lot of commercial uses that have found their way to Main Street through market forces because of the amount of activity. So allowing a greater number of STRs in this zone district probably will not impact negatively the city and will be very meaningful to people who, like Nicole Demetrius, are located on Main Street and also immediately adjacent to existing lodge uses. Nicole did submit a comment that had a concept of an overlay to an overlay, essentially. So if you are in close proximity to a lodge preservation overlay district, which are along Main Street, you would have a greater ability to obtain an STR permit. So those are my comments. I just wish you to look at the mixed use zone district as an appropriate place for greater number of STRs. I really laud you in this long process. Staff has done a wonderful job and all of your efforts in trying to navigate this difficult question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick.
Thanks.
I've got Gordon Lettingham has a hand up.
Hello.
Go right ahead, Gordon.
Hi, Gordon Lettingham, and I've been in long conversations with council and ComDev for 6 months. I want to reiterate what Patrick just said and also refer you to what Bill Sterling said. We have a unique situation, but we're not that unique. We have a condo in the RMF zone, which is the zone between lodging and residential. And for decades, that zone has had condos that have second homeowners and short-term rental owners. And we have done, my mother had 3 condos there. We are across the street from Lodge Zone, sandwiched between the Lodge Overlay, i.e. the Snow Queen and the Little Red, and yet we can't get a permit, a classic. Okay. And my mother had those condos for 45 years. She built them with John Ginn. And if she heard that she could not get a permit today, she would roll over in her grave. My mother and my aunt and my uncle and all my extended family, they have been a part of Aspen development since the 50s. And it's almost like you're saying, okay, now we don't want you or we don't need you. But there is a group of people who are being pushed out because they don't have the permit for, well, we don't have it because we rented long-term during COVID to help people and we were told to get rid of all of our tenants. So how ironic and surreptitious to pass this law while we were renting long-term under lease and could not get the short-term permit. Okay, so also what Patrick said, I have stated this repeatedly. There is a central resort area zone. It's a map that the city uses that is greater than the commercial core and would make a lot of logical sense to allow those people in there to get the classic pass. I've asked you to consider that, and I think you need to look at it and over again, because those condo owners have been doing that for 45 years or longer.
Thank you, Gordon.
Thank you, Gordon. Chuck Fries with a hand up.
Yeah, can you hear me now? I'm trying to unmute. Thank you very much.
Gotcha.
So you all have seen my detailed letter I submitted with comments about the process, unintended consequences. I won't get into that. I did want to ask, are all of those public letters that were submitted going to be available for the public to view?
And the public record.
Yes.
So where would people be able to access all of those comments that people submitted?
Right now, they will be submitted as part of the public record. I do not know if the public has access to them right now. I don't think they will, but they will be made part of the public record. Council has access to all of them.
Well, if so, then I'd ask if you could just inform the public of how we could all see those. I think that would be beneficial. So my comments, I would want to emphasize a couple of things that Gordon and Patrick just made, which is there are a number of condominium buildings. We manage many of them and have for over 45 years that have been historic rentals. And I think one of the flaws in the proposed system ordinance is lumping them together with homes in other residential areas that are newer to short-term rentals. I think that's just patently unfair, and it's penalizing those who benefited the community through sales tax revenues, creating good jobs, and supporting community events with housing over all of these years. The second thing, there was one of the slides that staff Philip presented. We're showing the percent of rentals in Aspen, current and proposed, but I'd take exception to some of the other examples on that chart. I mean, we had Salida. I mean, that's not a luxury resort community by any means. I think that's a apples to orange type comparison. And I'd rather see something like Snowmass Village, Beaver Creek, the ones that are really comparable to Aspen that we all compete with. The final thing is the notion that, you know, we do have community ills, and I compliment you for trying to find solutions to those, but I think we're looking and blaming the wrong area. Yes, short-term rentals have increased in residential neighborhoods. They have not increased in the core area that I talk about with those historic rental condominiums. In fact, those have declined quite a bit, which has created, I think, the demand for other rental opportunities. But the ills in our community have been created by many of us, many different segments of the economy, many uses in the residential zones in the city as well as outside of the city. You know, a lot of those zones impact the city, our services, employee needs, et cetera, that we don't control when it comes to the county. But I would like to see you look at ways to charge everybody for these impacts somehow, whatever that might be. But I think to single out one small segment of the economy as the sole problem for this, I think is a mistake. And I think it'll cause many other unintended consequences as I published. So thank you for letting me speak. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Chuck.
Thank you, Chuck.
Next, I have Tracy Sutton.
Hi there. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi there. Okay, so I appreciate Chuck and Gordon both speaking, so that kind of takes one of my list things that I wanted to talk about off of the table. So I'm in full agreement with Gordon. I love what Chuck had to say as well, and I thought Patrick did a very good job. Also, I know that Ben Wolf has also sent a letter in regarding some of those zones like the Chateau Roaring Forks in that area. And I'm in complete agreement with those guys just because I think that should be considered part of the central lodging community. A couple of other things I wanted to bring up is, due to Aspen's unique inventory in private home rentals, a lot of contracts are written as non-cancelable and non-refundable. And so there was a group of us that got together that kind of have similar language in our contracts that we'd like to propose that in the event of a sale, and I know this has come up before, but the rentals in place be attached to the sales contract that, with the same stipulations as the previous owner until those rentals are complete. And we can also, give the city a list of those, because the taxes would be filed on the same UniRes account, and that's ensuring that there wouldn't be two permits in play. And then we don't have to go through the logistical nightmare of getting the UniRes system to refund money, because I have been through that process with the pandemic, and it was uncomfortable. Secondly, I want to reiterate what Gordon had to say. There are a lot of homes that had a history of short-term rentals prior to the pandemic, and they previously paid sales tax. They have MuniRev accounts or former MuniRev accounts, and those people rented or used their homes during the pandemic. And I do think that, and I'm not just speaking for myself, but there's several of us, but I do think that they should be able to be considered for a short-term rental permit, because based on their previous usage and if they had no other problems. And last but not least, I just wanted to urge you to reconsider your position on the 90-day limit for non-owner occupied units to 120 to even 180 days. And the last thing I'd like to clarify is, when you're referring to occupants, does that include infants and babies?
Yes.
It does. Okay. Okay. So that's really the points that I wanted to bring up.
Thank you, Tracy.
Tracy, could I ask you a question? It's Ward, your neighbor Ward.
Hi, Ward. I haven't egged your house yet.
I like the yet. It's the yet that I
Yeah.
like. It's nice.
I think that's a good comment about honoring a rental agreement in the event of a sale of a property. I'm just curious if when somebody buys a house that has pending rentals on it, they don't have to honor that, as far as I know.
They don't.
But if they wanted to, they could. I'm just questioning that. It's a good point if the person that buys it wants to see that income, but that license would just transfer until all the booked reservations have expired. Is that what your position is?
Yes, that's correct, Ward, because for my company, and I know that there's several other companies out there that have contracts that are non-cancelable and they're non-refundable, and that's what our short-term rental contract says. So where we've had this happen, and honestly, it hasn't happened in a lot of incidences, probably more now since we had such a big selling boom. But, since the inventory is so different. So anyway, so our contracts are non-cancelable, they're non-refundable, which means that sale occurs when the contract or the money comes in, which is when we pay the taxes. And so I think that would, that's still revenue to the city. You still aren't scrambling. Let's say somebody, and we know somebody can knock on the door and say, hey, I want to buy your house. But this contract is signed with the current homeowner, and then it would be assigned, and we have done this in the past, we assign that contract to the new homeowner.
If the new homeowner purchasing that property is aware of this before they purchase the home?
That is correct. That's correct.
And I think you said that you would supply a list of those bookings to the city at the time of the sale of the property.
Absolutely, because it would be part of the real estate contract, and that would be really easy to do. And since we already have a MuniRev account set up for them, in the old owner's name, then we don't have to go back and forth about the sales tax.
And
go through
one
that.
more
And
question.
go ahead. I'm sorry.
One more question is, how often have you seen this, that it would be a case? What kind of impact would this have? How often do you is a house sold with non-cancelable bookings on it? I've had to deal with it maybe 7 or 8 times this last year. I mean, it's not a huge
number of homes. It could be a significant amount of income. I would probably look more to maybe Chuck or Ben to answer that on like a condominium level. But, you know, I'm just talking from personal experience with the people that I've been working with.
Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you.
Yeah, Tracy, this is Rachel Richards, and I just have to kind of ask, it seems like, if a property is listed for sale, any short-term contracts during that time period should say that this house is on the market, you know, and that sort of thing. And those contracts could be written to be cancelable. And it doesn't have to be one standard not cancelable contract, especially when you know that a house is potentially on the market. And so I'm really concerned about that. I think there's other aspects that can be dealt with in a different manner as well. You know, you can have the closing of your house after those contracts are finished. They don't have to be sold part and parcel of this. And I'm a little concerned that there's going to be future claims that I had an STR permit with the house when I bought it, and now you know, a lawsuit to force transfer of it in some way, especially when we see the magnitude and the dollars that are floating around with some of the home purchases. So, you know, I think this is a created problem that could be dealt with through how a property is marketed, how it is presented, and so on. But it sounds like a slippery slope to me that might end up with more unintended consequences than we wanted, and I think it could be dealt with from the contract side. Thank you.
Okay, Rachel, can I comment on that as well?
I would be glad to, if that's okay with the mayor.
Yep.
Yeah,
Go right
thank
ahead,
you.
Tracy.
I engaged, so please feel free.
Okay, well, you know, I understand your concerns, yes. I will say that I'm speaking from an industry that is, you know, a substantial, it gives a substantial amount of income to the city. I'm also saying that, yes, we can all change our contracts with our homeowners. That's fine, you know, because then the sale wouldn't occur until after that. But where we're coming in from is if you rent, let's say you're renting a 5-bedroom house in the West End, and for some reason it sells suddenly. You know, we've had people knock on the door. I mean, you've seen the real estate trend. Somebody that house sells suddenly, and they've got a Christmas rental in there. And let's say it's the middle of November. Well, so the clients who have already decided to come to town, where are we going to put them? There's no more short-term rental inventory. And the houses are not, you know, it's not like a Holiday Inn where every room looks the same. So, you know, I don't think that there are enough instances in this case. And like I said, I'd like to hear from Chuck or somebody else that might have more numbers on condos where I specifically deal with luxury homes and smaller condos. But I think it's something that we should consider. And I think that it's also something that, you know, if it's written into the contract to sell, you know, I mean, I can see where that comes from. I'm sorry, I'm stuttering. I'm not pronouncing myself very well, but it is a concern we have. I think it's something that we came up with a good solution because you're still on the MuniRev. And we're talking maybe 1 or 2 rentals in a possible houses for sale. It's not like, I don't see where the slippery slope would be involved, because if it's part of a contract to sell and they have the short-term, you know, and it says, hey, this is the only rental you can have and you will not be issued a short-term rental permit, then I think that's fairly easy, as opposed to dealing with the MuniRev system and trying to get money back for these people and placing them and already alienating the renters that we might be alienating farther down the road. Sorry for that long-winded conversation.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Tracy. Laura Swan.
Hi, this is actually Presley Swan. I'm
Laura,
the husband.
such a deep voice.
Thanks for letting me speak. I just have a question for the council on, has there been a poll of people that live in Aspen full-time that this is supposed to benefit? if they feel that moving every month into a new place is going to change their quality of life or living, because I don't understand the proposal of having I mean, in most of these short-term rental occasions, most of them are rented for a full month during Christmas, a full month in July. So then you're parceling it out and you're going to ask people, isn't the purpose to have more housing, but then you're asking people to basically up and move every couple of weeks if you have a rental, if that's what people of Aspen want?
Yeah, go ahead.
Presley, I'm not sure what your interpretation is of the rules, but this does not apply to any rentals over 30 days.
No, he's saying that with regulation, you will have open periods, but they will be limited to 30 days or 2 weeks, that kind of thing. I don't think anybody, Presley, this is Tori, I don't think anybody's expectations up here are that some of the units that you're referring to are going to return to local short-term or long-term housing.
Maybe very limited.
So no, I don't think the expectation is that people will move in and out of a home. Somebody that actually lives here and is a resident will move in and out of a short-term rental.
Oh, no. No.
It's not my expectation.
Then how does that solve the problem we're trying to solve through this?
That's only part of some of the issues that are at hand here. That's only part of the issues. Presley, any other comments?
No, that's it. I'm just very unclear on how this helps housing issue for employees, et cetera, by not having short-term rentals.
Okay. We'll have more discussion about that when we come back to the council table. Hopefully those will answer some of your questions. I have Stephanie Holder.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Holder. I've been a full-time local for about 10 and a half years. I've worked here full-time and as an attorney in Aspen since then. I've been a real estate owner here. I own a condo in the core for about 7 years, where when I purchased the condo that I live in now. It's a free market unit. It has absolutely zero deed restrictions. In fact, one of the reasons that I purchased in my particular building is that the HOA had no rental restrictions and still does not. That issue was actually brought before our HOA at one point, and it didn't get very far because the concerns did not seem to be alleviated at all by restricting rentals. I've never rented my unit previously. So I think that any regulations requiring previous rental activity would be unfairly punitive. I have not done so previously because I didn't need to. I'm exploring the opportunity to do so now. In fact, I was contacted by a local store owner in Aspen who lives down Valley. She wanted to potentially rent my unit on a short-term basis for a few nights here or there so that she wouldn't have to drive back and forth during the busy season. Under certain regulations that I think are being proposed, I would actually be precluded from doing that, which would very much help another local who has had a long time store in town. Aspen is my home. I want it to remain my home. But as I transition to a new phase in life, I need to rent my unit to supplement my income in order to stay in Aspen. So I am most certainly opposed to any restrictions on short-term rentals, and certainly I think that the ones proposed are too strict. I'll say that renting on a short-term basis allows me to keep Aspen as my home. I think that there is a huge focus on locals who rent their houses, but there's not really any consideration given to locals who own real estate here who are also dealing with increased costs and so forth. Renting it on a short-term basis allows me to do that. If I'm not able to rent it on a short-term basis, I may need to sell my unit. Comps are now over $4,500 a square foot for my unit. So what would happen is that I would sell, and it would be purchased by someone who likely does not need to be here at all. I would say that the implication of a short-term rental ban is unknown. I haven't seen enough information to say that this actually solves the problems that we want it to solve, and that short-term rentals are becoming a boogeyman for a reason that I can't understand. I'll also say that I've talked to many people who rent their units, and I think what's going to happen is that you're just going to push people underground. You're going to create a black market. There will always be short-term rentals, but instead of the city getting the sales tax revenue, they'll lose out on all of that. And it's still going to happen, but I don't think that the city has enough resources to police that. And I think you'll just create a huge black market that doesn't really do good for anyone. It doesn't help the problems that you're seeking to solve. And it just causes the city to lose out on that revenue. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Stephanie. Quick question for you. The unit that you were just talking about, did you say you are currently the occupying resident? You live in that unit?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Philip, that would be a STROO.
So it guarantees her the right to a permit.
Yeah, I mean, without knowing her circumstances, I would hate to speculate about which type of permit it is. I did hear her mention she's an owner-occupant. Potentially, she could have an owner-occupied permit. I did hear her mention her condos in the commercial core. Depending upon the zoning, she may be able to access a short-term rental classic at any time.
Thanks. I'm going to go ahead and move to in-room comments. So members of the public that wish to speak this evening, I'm going to start with Julianne because she was
Welcome back.
up here before.
Too excited. I'm going to just keep it brief because everybody has basically already touched on the points that I wanted to make. I actually live in Stephanie Holder's building, and we are in the same boat. Again, I kind of mentioned I am a full-time resident. I am dependent on the short-term rentals. The one thing that I want to ask, just as a numbers thing, is when you limit the amount of permits, and I have a permit, so I'm good, so this doesn't impact me personally, but I'm looking forward to when you start restricting things, all of a sudden then it is in your backyard. So my question is, right now I'm getting about $2,000 a night for my unit, which is crazy money, right? Wow. When you start restricting how many people can rent their units, my price is only going to go up because there's a smaller pool.
You're welcome.
But really, it's that's not really what we want for the greater good of Aspen.
I get your point.
I mean, greedy me, sure, but my concern is, and touching on Stephanie's, this black market thing, I have a house in La Quinta that I rent full time. They put a moratorium on it. Everybody just went underground. Didn't stop anybody from running their place. Nobody made any money. Nobody stopped. Then when they said, okay, only 30-day rentals, fine, all the Coachella people come in, they're only there for 4 days, but I do a 30-day lease. We all know that there's ways around it. I want Aspen to make the most money possible. I want to be able to live here. I want to be able to rent my unit so I can live here because it's the only way I can afford it. And so I hope the city council consider some of this. I sat in the board meeting this week when they increased from 90 days to 120 days, which I think was great. It was a great compromise of what we're trying to do. And, to your point, and that was a really good presentation, you're not going to satisfy everybody's needs and wants. So we're just trying to do the best we can. But anyway, that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other members of the public that are in the room? Peter, come on up.
Thanks again, Peter Fornell. A lot of us talk about our primary residence or it's owner occupied. I have a primary residence that I live in here in Aspen, and I can't afford to be gone 90 days a year. So when you hear people talk about it's my primary residence, but I have to rent it all the time, is it really your primary residence? So I have, so it's a question to me. But what I'm concerned about is I'm concerned about people like myself who really only want to take advantage of what the federal government allows as an opportunity for us to rent 14 days a year tax exempt. If I am a owner and it's my primary residence and I only intend to do one 14-day rental a year, I think that it would be appropriate for someone like myself to be able to be waived for the requirement of a short-term rental license. You know, I'm not trying to get in business. I'm trying to take advantage of that one short-term deal a year that the federal government provides. And if that's all that I'm trying to do I have to become part of this short-term rental program in order to accomplish that one goal of mine? I think that there should be a spot in our legislation that we're trying to create that'll allow for someone who really lives in their place full-time and only rents it in accordance with what the federal government guidelines are, to not have to have that short-term rental license in place to do so.
Can I ask a question, Peter? So as a owner occupied, you're not in, line for a limited cap. You get it automatically. So outside of the relatively small fee, what's the big concern? I mean,
I guess only a barrier to be able to get the license to do it. I think that we've talked about a lot of the different, this core, that spot, these days, those days. I don't think I have a total handle on, and I don't know if the local population has been given an entire explanation or maybe an effective explanation about just what this means to me as the owner of my primary residence. So maybe a further education for me will be a benefit to me. And if it's $148 a year and I'm automatically allowed to go and get that license, no, I don't see that as a big problem. But if suddenly, if I didn't get in and get my license and now the town's full of licenses and I can't rent my primary residence one time a year for 14 days, there needs to be an accommodation for us full-time residents that only want to live within that certain scenario.
Understood, and I think universally agreed up here, which is why for owner-occupied primary residence holders, it's automatic.
You're able, as long as it's your primary residence, you're able to just get the license, and then what you do from there is what you do.
Correct.
Okay, well, then,
90-day limit,
thanks
but
for the
yes.
information then, because that's something that I didn't know. And maybe.
And helpful to others.
And maybe one
Well,
more
the
person.
business license and the permit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
There you go.
Pete, are you aware of the 14-day federal exemption?
That's from taxing at the federal level.
It's a tax code issue, not a land use code issue.
Yeah, it's a tax advantage for primary residents.
Take a vacation, it's called, I think.
Thanks.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'll find someplace to go for 14 days a year, but I'd like to be able to have that ability to do so, and it sounds like you're accommodating
Yeah,
that.
that's right. Yeah, you're good.
All right, thanks then.
Yep.
Phyllis?
So I'm not in the industry. I'd like to speak to some different philosophical issues.
Please just state your name.
Phyllis Bronson. I've been here 42 years. I'm concerned about the demise of the neighborhoods. The core is vital. There are a lot of good things happening in the core, and I think some more are coming, and that will have a lot of community access. But what I'm hearing from my peers is the FTRs have taken away the long-term rentals because people who used to be able to afford good rents, high rents, meet a gradation of rents in the free market are saying there's no place to rent anymore. And I echo some of what Mick said, and I don't always agree with Mick, but I thought he was very eloquent today. And, we've had two community events happen. We had a terrible fire and the community rallied. And then the travesty with the Aspen Times and the community rallied. And there was a sense of community that's been gone from here to a large extent. And good people are getting hurt in both situations. There are really good long-time reporters and people at the Aspen Times who are getting hurt. And what's amazing to me is some of the most vocal critics of the Aspen Times are big proponents of STRs in the city and the county. It just blows my mind, because we're losing that sense of community. And I was thinking earlier today, what if there were some actually creative realtors, I've only known a few here in recent time, who could echo something like what Mark Cuban is doing in the pharmaceutical industry, where he's making drugs affordable. And if people could have bigger vision in the real estate industry and say, hey, if I didn't just have to grab and grab and grab and short-term this thing, I could actually be a contributor to recreating the lost middle. Because you can't just have affordable housing and half the single-family homes in a community which are empty and have a sustainable community. You need a healthy middle. So I would say look up Aspen, because the old mining town is going down. Thank you.
Thanks, Phyllis.
Thank you, Phyllis.
Thanks, Phyllis.
Public comment in the room?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. I'm Jonathan Nickel. I'm a school board member, and so I just want to clarify that the school does need housing for teachers, and teachers are leaving because they don't have housing. So just to make sure that that's clear for everybody, and we might get about 111, hopefully, by the end of the year, and we need probably 275 to 250 to get the whole house staffed. So we're a long ways away as well. The thing I wanted to comment on here is the main worry that I have is setting up this economic benefit that as our life changes as a resident and a homeowner, so the day I want this STR, there'll be a 20-year waiting list as a non-homeowner if I decide to move somewhere else and only come here part-time, that there's kind of this economic benefit that you've doled out to a certain number of people, that they don't have to, recycle and everybody get the same chance to have that benefit every year. So I would suggest, if you are going to limit it, that you make it fair and that you make it available to everybody, because I don't think it's fair to just dole it out to people who already have a permit and then grandfather them in for however long they're going to be in there and put all the rest of us on a waiting list that could be, an internal amount of time. So if you do it, not saying that I'm in agreement with it, the number you're going to limit it to, whatever, but make sure that everybody has access to it every single year so that we're not just grandfathering in people who have a permit today. So that would be my request to the city.
Thanks,
This
Jonathan.
moves forward. And I will make a comment on the other one via Zoom because I got to go to another thing. Yeah.
If I could make a small comment, just tangential, since you're here and you've mentioned this. In the past, I've mentioned to the school board and the school leadership that they could pursue legislation to allow the change in this rule that allows you to spend money for cottages and rental units for teachers and allow them to become ownership units. And you could pull a lot of the money back out of your current rental program and be able to put it into more housing. And you could have the same sort of move out if you've resigned within 6 months or something like that, so you get your ownership units back. But you could double the housing stock the school district has by pursuing that sort of change. And what I've heard from some teachers and people in other professions, it's that no one wants to rent forever. And that it's the fact that they're not able to buy a unit through the lotteries because the competition's so fierce. But nobody at a certain point in their life says, I can just keep renting forever and I'll be okay in my old age. And that's why the teachers are moving on. They have no opportunity to buy.
Okay, well, I don't want to take time
Yeah.
from everybody else who wants to comment
Sure,
today, and
but-
I'll look you up to follow up on that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Public comment? Right up here in front.
Hi, Ben Wolf for S Properties. Want to add on to what Tracy Sutton brought up about the grace period or honoring existing rentals. I brought that up in the past as well. I think it's quite simple, and to me, it's really about kind of the Aspen feel and not alienating a potential client of Aspen. Let's say somebody books a reservation before the house was ever listed for sale or condo was ever listed for sale, and something, the homeowner decides they need to sell, this person's vacation shouldn't be impacted because of that decision. And if we're eliminating that rental or canceling that rental for the sole reason that they can't legally have a permit, or the new owner can't have a permit for a short period of time, I just don't think that makes a lot of sense. If the homeowner had not sold, that rental would have been there anyway. So it's not really impacting the community, and I think we all have a way to provide existing bookings and confirm that there will not be any permit for the new owner after those bookings expire. So I think that one's kind of simple and is just a good way to continue, welcoming people to Aspen and not impacting people's vacations on a last-minute basis.
Thank you for that. Tracy was kind of asking for some input from your office, and so is this a situation that you guys have encountered over the last year?
Absolutely, but it's definitely not happening all the time. I think less than 5 in the last year.
Okay.
That being said, it's to us, it's such a small, administrative item that why not, allow those rentals to remain in place, but it's not often.
Yeah, just to follow up on a question, and I appreciate the comments and the responses. How far in advance might an STR be rented that goes for sale? Could it be for multiple weekends for a year? Could it be for 2 years? Is it usually just another couple of months worth? What are we talking about?
Yeah, typically it's, and my original proposal in this matter was maybe a 3-month grace period, because typically if it's a booking, outside of 3 months, we can probably relocate it to, to another property, or at least give the guests notice and they can find alternative accommodations. But, we get releases from our owners to start marketing their unit for rent, typically about 6 months in advance, and then market that season. So, I think somewhere in the 3 to 6 month range is reasonable. Some people are booking further out, but again, you likely could find alternative accommodations.
Thank you.
Sure. And just a couple other quick things. Hopefully, some of the other comments about the RMF zone will be considered. I brought that up in the past and emailed council about that. And I just think it's clear that perhaps some consideration to that zone and the historical, condo rental buildings that have always had rentals, in many cases, a lot more rentals than they have now. Perhaps there's some exception that could be made there. And then the last thing is just a question. Does the city have any data on owner occupancy or just occupancy in general outside of short-term rentals that's maybe impacting the demand on services and needs in the community? And has that increased from whenever the last study was done? I'm hearing that Mick Ireland did a study years ago, and I don't know if that's been updated, but maybe it has.
Philip, do you have any latest?
In terms of real residents who reside here year-round in the free market?
Sure, yeah.
So that I understand the question, you're wondering if we have data about residential unit occupancy or vacancy, is that?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, the annual census measures residential unit vacancy and occupancy in the community. In the last census, the data was 68% of non-deed restricted housing units were considered vacant by the Census Bureau.
And was that a change from the previous census?
That number's been trending upward, so the vacancy rate has, for non-deed restricted properties, the vacancy rate has been trending upward every decade since the 80s.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Ben, I have a
Thanks, Ben.
question.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Are you asking for a 3-month to 6-month grace period from the adoption or potential adoption of Ordinance 9? Or are you asking for that in perpetuity?
We would be asking for that in perpetuity, so anyone that has a license and is accepting bookings, at whatever time they decide to sell their unit, Whatever existing rentals are on the books at the time of the closing would be honored for a certain amount of time, certainly not, 2 years out.
But not accepting new reservations?
No.
Correct.
No. And typically, if one of our clients lists their property, we immediately stop accepting new bookings, and we just honor the existing bookings.
Thank you, Ben.
Okay, thank you.
Members of the public that wish to speak, I'm going to go back to the back of the room then.
Hey, Chris.
Hi.
Welcome back. Been a minute.
Good evening.
Evening.
Chris Bendon, for the record. I want to sort of support Patrick Raleigh's comments he made about the Main Street district. Hadn't really thought about it until he brought up that comment, but I do think it makes sense. Main Street is, in my mind, it's a really great area for short-term rentals. There's quite a few there happening now. It's sort of a challenging place to live full-time, sort of a challenging place for affordable housing. Can be a challenging place for businesses, lodges. But I think it's a good fit for short-term rentals. I do support Tracy's comments about allowing short-term rental contracts to run their natural life. Not all sales are predicted. They can happen pretty quickly, and that may change, but it's been the last year, the knock on the door to closing can be a week. So I think there is some, it's sort of messy logistics any which way you do it, but I think there is some legitimacy to allowing the, whatever contracts are in place to run their natural course. I did contact Haley just by email. We haven't talked about it, but I think just sort of noodling around in the language itself for STROO, the owner-occupied units, to make sure that the 90-day limit does not count long-term nights. Correct. And I understand that's fully the intent, and Haley reinforced that, but it's not perfectly clear in the actual language. And then lastly, while it hasn't been talked about tonight, it was a prior issue. I do think that going with a tax on the rental is the most equitable, fair way to proceed, as opposed to a very high kind of permit fee. So just like lodging or anything else, you sort of, you pay more the more you use. So I think that's a very fair and logical way to go. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks. Thank you, Chris. Thanks, Chris.
Other comments? We'll stay in the back of the room. Come on up, Bill.
Good evening.
Hi, Bill.
How is everybody hanging in?
Good. Thank you for your letter.
My name is Bill Sterling. Addressing these short-term rentals is happening in probably every ski resort town in Colorado. And in addition, into attractive tourist towns elsewhere. It's amazing. All over the country, this discussion is going on. So there's a lot of information that's out there regarding short-term rentals and the different policies and things that are working and have worked. I think it's good that the city's not limiting short-term rentals to homes just owned by owners, for example. That was a question that was up before the county commissioners, when they first began their discussion. And I think it's good that you're not doing that. And I think requiring short-term rentals to be safe, up to date, limiting the number of renters in the house, following certain basic health and safety standards, those are things that are all really, really essential. And I think your efforts to sort of address those in a way that people comply, and they have to do with the issuance of their licenses. But not allowing any new short-term rental licenses, to me, is too restrictive. What happened last year is those who got their short-term rental licenses at the end of last year, before that certain date, they were lucky to get under the wire. And not everyone was so lucky. And also, many of the people who got those licenses had never rented their property short-term before. They simply wanted to have the license, so they had the option, at some point, So I think that there has to be a more open process about bringing new people into the short-term process. I think limiting the number of short-term rentals in residential neighborhoods is probably necessary. And I think that that's good that you're really looking at that. Main Street has a lot to say for it for short-term rentals. And the road drone is really difficult for full-time residents. And the buses run up and down it. You can walk to the cultural mind ideas of the Aspen idea very easily. And I think that you need to think about that whole issue about Main Street. I think it has a very good fit for short-term rentals. I think stripping short-term rentals away from properties when they sell is really unfair. And Rachel, this has been going on forever. It's the way it always has been, that you honor the short-term rentals that are in units when they sell. Now, in our market and the way Aspen works, 6 months is average for an advanced rental, short-term. Say short-term rentals for the summer are made in January, February, March. The rentals for the winter are made starting at the end of the summer. So they are made a good distance out, and then there's the competition issue, I think, that's really important. And the renters do have legal leases, and sometimes the leases can be bought out. You can purchase leases, and buyers sometimes do that. But this has been present for a long time, and so I just would warn you to sort of heed that, and I think 90-day limit is too restrictive. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bill.
Thank you. Come on up, Allison.
Good evening, I'm Allison Artesh, the Public Affairs Manager for the Aspen Chamber Resort Association. Hello. I know Tori mentioned that you have some data in your inbox. I thought I'd come help summarize that so you don't have to read through the whole packet. I want to start by commending the city on their outreach, and to let you know, just as background, the ACRA has done everything they can as well to tell people of all these pop-ups and surveys that are available and the public meetings, and we've arranged some business groups as well. We do have a very diverse group of members, over 700 that we represent, so we don't always come to consensus. There's a lot of conflicting opinions about many things that you do up here. I'm just going to mention the ones that have gotten some consensus around them in this survey, and then you do have that data with you. And I'm really happy to hear how much the comments tonight reflect the data that I have collected. It makes me proud of the work that I did personally. So the ACRA membership does have concern about the short-term rental restrictions, particularly with that 90-day cap on owner-occupied permits, and that will adversely harm people who rely on rental income. And actually feel that that makes an unfair competition with the other end, the STR Classic operators who this is their business and they can find those workarounds. They can do the 30-day plus rentals. And so that felt a little unfair to the locals. I will say that when we asked people if they did participate in some of this outreach, there's a lot of disenfranchisement. They didn't feel like the final outcome reflected their opinions and the things that they have said over time, or they didn't feel that they even, if they didn't participate at all because they didn't think that it would make a difference. So that's just, I think, kind of a side comment. I think it's come up in your city survey as well about some communication opportunities. We do ask that you fully consider some of those unintended consequences, and I appreciate Philip's comments earlier that those are going to happen regardless. I think the outlook on protecting locals, so you are creating a scarcity here. As prices rise, then that visitor base changes, and we did hear a woman who is expecting her bed to go up more than $2,000 a night. That does, as we've talked about at this table before, eventually come back to our workforce and the type of visitor that we have in town. So I think those are some of the things on the short-term rental side that have risen to the top. I really appreciate you listening, taking comment, and I will be back for your residential ordinance as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Allison. Thanks.
LJ?
Hello, everybody. I'm LJ Erspalmer. As a disclosure, I'm a real estate broker. I received my license in 1989, and I'm active right now. I'm a broker of one, and I'm not doing any active solicitation of real estate or closings or anything. But I just want you to know, or most of you do know, I served on the Planning and Zoning Commission for about 8 years. I chaired for 5, and I did the Aspen Area Community Plan. Took us 28 months. I want to congratulate Haley and you guys for the great job you did. It was fantastic, and as some of you know, Jessica Garrow worked with us, and she set the standard, and you guys are right there. So congratulations. I live on the 500 block of Spruce Street, and I've been there about 40 years, and we've seen a lot of developments at the site. And we do have one short-term rental, and unfortunately, it's an anomaly, I hope. But I've had about 100% problems at every rental. Most unfortunate because we've had 12 parking spaces removed, and it's a very diverse thing. I've been in front of you before to talk about parking, and it turns out that the property manager who lives down Valley drives up, and when they have a rental, he takes the owner's car, takes it out of the garage, drives it across the street, parks it in front of our house. And I'm very upset, but I didn't say much other than I asked him, could you move the car back to their garage? And this person said, oh, yes, I will, but he never did. And this happens to most of the rentals. And what happens is, since he's down Valley, they do most of the service vehicles for 2 days. So we have 4 or 5 vehicles parked in front on the street and parking in front of our house, of which I've had to park 2 blocks away on Lone Pine because I couldn't get to my house. So when people talk about property values increasing with short-term rentals, it's at our expense. Try and get a real estate broker to bring a buyer to our house. When they come to our house and the broker says, we have to park 2 blocks away. We don't have any property value because of that. Now I read this Ordinance 9, and it does talk about enforcement and putting together a parking plan. But a parking plan is real easy. All you got to do is say, I'm parking on the street. And that's good enough because it's public parking. And it's really not going to work because if I have to complain, all of a sudden people come over and look, their cars are gone. I don't think, we're in R6. We used to be, I think, R6A. Chris would know better than I do, but I think we're in R6A. And all of a sudden, we've been married with the West End. The East End is totally different. We're surrounded by Hunter Creek, Smuggler Park, and Centennial. So we're surrounded by high density, and we're a block and a half with 11 properties that access 500 block of Spruce Street. We can't tolerate short-term rentals, and it looks like you have 81 rentals in R6. We could have 10 rentals on that street. We could have 9 rentals on that street. So you need to look, I don't know if you can pull up the zoning of R6. You don't have to get to it, but I can explain it. The West End has a certain amount of room. We have 0 room. It's a block and a half. And if you look over onto Queen Street, there's about 6 or 8 R6 satellites that really don't match what's in the West End. So we need to be R6A. And I'm asking you if you want to deal with the local residents who live here full-time to help us out and not allow short-term rentals on the 500 block of Spruce Street. And you do need to analyze the other satellites of R6 in the east side. And I know the question was a little different in the survey.
Minutes, LJ. If you just wrap your comments.
Okay.
Been a couple minutes.
I think that's enough. I want you to understand how we live, and I think you need to understand the nightmare we've been living in. It's not a life to live in. And we rent our place to workforce housing, and our rents are quite a bit lower than market because we want to help out the community, and this is what's happening to us. We're the ones who suffer, and that's just on our street. Thank you so much. So nice to see you.
Thanks, LJ.
To you, LJ.
Full disclosure, LJ and I live on the same block.
You're the one parking that, no, just kidding.
And he's also an Avs fan.
Yeah.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
Alexandra George. I'm a local real estate broker. Hello, hello. I've debated coming up or not, and the reason is I've been up here a few times over the last few months. I've talked to a few of you, and I, continue to hear a lot of the same things and see the same 5 out of 5. So I came up somewhat reluctantly because I'm not sure that this makes a difference, and I don't want to make anyone else's night any longer. This is going to be plenty long. I do want to remind you all that today is an election day. March 23 is also an election month. And I voted for, I think, all of you. And at this point, it's been an interesting 2 years, and I know we all have felt that. I'm trying to remember why I voted, and I'm not sure if I just, if things have come so up and high to the surface that now I'm just more aware. But I really would encourage you to take some of these comments tonight, some of these considerations, and think about it. Make your own vote, and maybe, if we have to go a few more months and drill down a little further, I'd encourage us to do that. I've been attending the task forces, the meetings, the open houses. I've heard a lot of different perspectives, different points of view. And I've been told at each of those that it's getting brought up the ladder, and I'm not sure that that's the case, because it seems consistently it's a 5 out of 5. And I personally would just like to see some challenge, and I think, we don't live in a 5 out of 5 world, so I'd like to see that and a little bit more of that. So that's really what I have, and it is election day, so just we all need to keep that in mind. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex.
Thanks, Alexander. Other members of the public wish to speak on ordinance number 9?
Chris Bryan, I'm a local attorney. There's no reason you have to vote on this tonight. You could table this. You could continue it. You could bring it back either on a continued second reading, or you could have a third reading. The county had a 4th reading of its STR ordinance. There's no reason that you should feel rushed to vote on this tonight. It's not affected by the moratorium that expires on August 8th, as you know. You enacted a separate non-emergency ordinance, Ordinance 26, that preserves these licenses that were issued. And there's no reason you can't internalize the public comments, both oral and written, and we haven't seen those, so we don't know what they say, but I would imagine that there's enough of a community turnout about the opinions about what this drastic regulation will do that you should take some more time. So I don't want you to feel time pressed, because I don't think this ordinance is ready. We've heard you say that the land use code is a living document, that it's evolving. You're about to do something you haven't done before. And so I would really commend you to proceed cautiously and humbly and slowly with this. There is no reason you can't continue several more months if that's what it takes. It took the county the better part of a year to get to where they got. And they took to heart what was being said. Some of you might disagree with what they did, some of you might agree. But what they did come up with was something that's probably more reflective of their constituency. And let's remind everybody that a lot of the people who got these licenses right now got it on 24 hours notice because you enacted illegally the first moratorium that violated the open meetings law. A Pickens County District Court judge found that and put an injunction on that. That's why you had to come back and enact Ordinance 6. Everybody knows that. What I'm telling you to do is not proceed in that haste that you did in December when you created a rush to get those licenses on short notice. I would really recommend that you consider that this ordinance, and I commend staff. I know you've spent a lot of time on this, but I don't think it's ready yet, and I don't think you want an unbaked cake. There are people that suffered because of that premature ordinance. I don't think this was an emergency that had to be enacted as quickly as you did on the Ordinance 27 that was enjoined by the judge. And on a substantive level, I think you need to really reconsider whether you want to have a cap on the number of licenses. I do agree with Mr. Benden that a tax, not an exorbitant permit fee, is probably more advisable. And also remember, and I think Allison Bektesh said this very well, you're going to have a negative effect if you artificially decrease the amount of supply when we have consistent or even rising demand. That's going to increase prices. That's basic economics. I'll tell you who does like your ordinance are the hotels. And we have seen in your work session yesterday and Mr. Strecker's analysis that hotel fees keep going up on a nightly basis. That's going to continue to happen because you've now eliminated a good amount of their competition. And who can afford that? I don't think this proposed ordinance solves the identified problems, but it does create new ones. And those unintended consequences should be analyzed. And I'll end with this. This past weekend, my wife and I took our children up to Steamboat Springs for a wedding of a friend, and we rented a short-term rental. A hotel for a 4- and 6-year-old child and their 2 parents is not advisable. It's not a good idea. And so short-term rentals for families like ours, we're glad that those were available because a hotel was not, it doesn't have a kitchen. I don't have a separate room. I don't have any space. And so if you're trying to change the demographic of who visits here, give some real thought to who these visitors are and what kind of people do you think belong in Aspen when they visit? Because what you're inadvertently doing is you're creating the circumstances where I think it was Ms. Holder or her neighbor, they might have to sell their unit, and then the person that buys that is a totally different kind of person. And I know you're trying to do the right thing, and I know that this ordinance and many of the other things we'll talk about tonight come from good intentions. But make sure what you're doing is carefully and deliberatively done. And that's why I would tell you, enjoy the timeline that you have on this issue. The moratorium expiration on August 8th does not affect your timeline for deciding this. And I would genuinely recommend that one or more of you move to continue this so that we have another second reading. You can internalize the comments. This is the first time you've heard from the public on this. I know staff did open houses and other things, and you've probably gotten some comments sent to you personally, but this is the first public forum we've had in council chambers on this very drastic legislation. And I would encourage you, since you do believe this is evolving, if you're going to enact something, start lightly. And if you need to tighten the screws over time, do it that way. Don't start drastic and then have to release the valve. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you. Members of the public, comment this evening? Any other members of the public? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council table. Real quickly, I just want to thank everybody that made comments, whether you were on Zoom or came out tonight in person in the room. We really appreciate public comment. It is always welcome here. All right, council members, I'd like to follow up with a couple of the items that we heard from the public and ask Philip for some input on it. I'll just start with my first notes, which are about the mixed-use zone, Main Street in particular. Was that considered in our drafting of the ordinance, and what is the current regulation in the MU?
Yes, we looked at the mixed-use zone as one of the handful of zones that frankly could, appropriately go either way with respect to the exemption for commercial and lodge zone districts. And what we found was a variety of comments from our technical advisory committee, members of the public, and our analysis of other communities that led us to recommend to council that the mixed-use zone be considered residential in nature first and foremost. Not least of which, in addition to that analysis, is the description of the purpose of the mixed-use zone district in the land use code as being appropriate for a mix of commercial and residential uses. We looked at the ratio of short-term rentals, existing short-term rentals to residential units in that zone district, and found it to be the third highest at 15%. So again, the ratio of short-term rentals to residential units was the third highest at 15%, the highest being 18% in the residential multifamily zone district, which, if you remember in our policy discussions, council unanimously favored we treat as a residential zone as well. And finally, there was some very good discussion amongst the technical advisory committee members, and again, that was not a consensus-based process. We took input from the technical advisors and processed it, presented that information to council for decision making. So I don't want to represent that the entire committee felt a certain way about the mixed use zone. But what we heard that I think resonated most with staff and was reflected again in our best practice research was that the commercial core and lodge zone districts were purpose-built for, among other things, tourist accommodations, and that the mixed-use zone, while proximal to services, proximal to transit, and which does include some lodging properties, has a greater diversity of uses that should be respected with respect to how we govern it and govern short-term rentals in that zone. That was a long answer, sorry, but that's all the stuff that went into it.
Precise one.
Any follow-up questions on that? And that includes mixed use as well as the RMF?
Questions? No.
Yep.
It's very clear.
Okay. Honoring reservations was brought up.
I think that there could be something we can do with that. I would hope so. That would be legal, that would not confer any future grant or claim on the STR license by the new buyer, but that would honor those contracts for a 3-month period post-sale.
Yeah, I would also support up to a 6-month window, but I think 3 months would be sort
Or
of
4 months, something.
Yeah, but I also
A
would
quarter
support,
of a year, maybe
I would
make
also
it,
support one. Yeah.
or a third of a year, make it a quarter.
I also would support that.
Would you? 3 months.
Philip, is that something that can be worked into the program? Not just the ordinance language or what have you, but the program?
I'm going to ask Pete to come up and probably weigh in or correct some of my comments. Staff considered this very seriously when Mr. Wolf, Ms. Sutton, and others brought it to our attention 3 months ago. If staff believed that there was a path to allow us to do this via the ordinance, we would have included it in the ordinance. I certainly hear a majority of council favoring some kind of solution here. Our concerns are numerous. One, if we are allowing, to use Pete's term, a run-out period, even if we defined either via the ordinance or some sort of administrative process, how long that runout would be, the establishment of that runout period would be completely arbitrary. And so if one property is okay with a 3-month runout period because their rental would be accommodated, the next rental would need a 4-month runout period. And so on what basis would we be setting that runout period that would account for all circumstances? We're not confident we can do that. Additionally, there's a relationship between the permit and liability that is central to this entire regulatory structure. And if we were to allow the runout period, staff's concern is that we would then either have to issue a new permit to the subsequent owner only for the period of time of the runout, which we would then have to revoke that permit. And we'd be very concerned, to your point, about a claim to the rightful ownership of that new permit because of the runout period. Additionally, if we were to not issue a permit to the new owner, then at that point you have an unpermitted short-term rental operating in the community. And without a permit, there's some questions about whether or not they would be subject to taxes and fees, subject to life safety concerns that we've been very transparent about being really important to this process. And so that's kind of the permitting side of things. In addition, sorry, I'm just looking back at my notes. How would we verify that the rental for which the runout period would be accommodating is completed? How would we verify if a new rental hasn't been put in place during that runout period? How would we? There's just all kinds of questions about the relationship between the timing, the permitting, the liability, and frankly, and I think Councilmember Richards asked this question during public comment. We're unclear as to why it's the city's obligation to accommodate for these bookings, as opposed to the two parties in the contract, neither of which is the city. And Pete, if you've got anything to add to that, please.
No,
Seller.
Yeah, I mean, I think at time of closing on a real estate transaction, there would have to be some sort of acknowledgement of, hey, I've pledged your property that you're about to buy 6 months down the road for a short-term rental purpose. That's what's being considered as part of this process. And I do think there's a little bit of a inequity between having a wait list, but also then allowing people that have already sold their property to continue to use it as a rental basically 6 months after they sold it. So there's a little bit of, I mean, on top of everything that Philip has said, there's also that inequity, and I also think there's definitely an administrative process that we as staff will definitely struggle with on trying to figure this out.
You know, I can only say I've read a few stories in the paper of people who had blowout parties in an STR, and some homeowner comes back to find, you know, $20,000 worth of damage or more. And it would start to be a little funny about whose liability is it? Is it the seller who has leased? Is it the owner who's decided to accept those rentals? Do they, you know, it just starts to get a little funky there in terms of liability.
You know, I acknowledge that this could create some administrative hassles, but at the time of the sale, I think Tracy and Ben both indicated that they would have a list of future rentals. If we set a run-out period of 90 days or whatever we set it as, so there would be no new rentals because at the time of the sale, they would have those already listed. I think it's whoever sells a property and whoever buys it is between those parties to decide if they're going to honor it, if they're not going to honor it. If it's not non-cancelable, then perhaps they're going to lose a real estate sale because the new owners don't want to rent it. So I can see some equity concerns here. I think that it's a new, once the property is sold, there are going to be no new rentals. I think both Tracy and Ben acknowledge that. So you know, it's a private transaction between a seller and a buyer.
Mayor Tory, if I could just respond quickly to Councilmember
Yeah,
Alexander's
and I
comments.
might have a suggestion for us as well.
With respect to your last comment about after a property is sold, there would be no new rentals. Again, if the city's, one of our primary objectives is to have permitted properties so that we can, you know, get tax remittance, have compliance with our rules and regulations, and ensure these things operate safely, that buyer would have to have some kind of temporary permit, under which I, at least at this point, am not clear how we could prevent them from undertaking additional rentals during the run-out period. We just haven't conceived of that.
Can I,
Skippy and then Rachel.
Yeah, I just, you know, just to jump on that, Phil, I didn't quite follow this one's 3 and this one's 4, but I think what we're talking about is a universally applied number, whether that is 3 or 4 is to be determined. So I think we're setting that. Once the property is sold, we're tracking all these properties, right? We know what is or isn't listed. So we know what is currently open and bookable. So once the sale has transpired, we have a list of the existing things. And if we see that that property is still open and bookable, then obviously there would need to be some sort of, you know, fine or enforcement activity at that time. But it seems quite simple to track if it's still being marketed.
yeah.
So if I can respond to that. So the system does list and keeps track of, you have obtained a permit. It has it's posted on the website and it says that this is available for rental, right? We're going to be seeing then revenue collections coming in 3 months after that listing's pulled down. It's technically not supposed to be operating anymore. So that is counter to the aspect of we're tracking it because it's no longer basically in the pool. It's supposed to be cease and desist at that point. But now we're saying we're going to run it out for 3 or 4 months or more.
And and then Rachel, but just to respond, Philip, and I know you meant this in the best of ways, but you asked the question, why should we as the city, not exactly your words, but why should we be responsible for this activity? And look, as the city, we are the servants of our community. And we are the custodians of the Aspen experience. And both the buyer and seller are members of our community who we serve. And that guest who's coming in is part of that Aspen experience. And, you know, in the example that was given, which is the extreme one, but it's a real one, where, you know, you get the last minute offer and 5 days before your Christmas vacation, the whole family gets canceled. And the story is the city of Aspen canceled my Christmas vacation. You know, that's not good stewardship of the Aspen experience either. So I do think we have a responsibility to not create a problem. And that's not to underplay the complication that I hear, but I want to find a solution to get to yes.
Yeah. What I was wondering is if we could write a provision that would be in all permits that would say that should there be a sale of the licensed or the permitted property, that rental contracts that have been entered into before the sale of the property by a legitimate permit holder, the use of that permit would be extended for the 90 days until that run out was over. Yeah. That it wouldn't require a new permit. It might require some new fees for the extension of a third of a year or a quarter of a year. But, I mean, is there a way that could be written into the permit so that it's, you know, no matter what classification of permit, that should that property sell, there would be an allowance that would allow this permit to remain legitimate under the good graces of the past owner for a 90-day period in order to fulfill any lease requirements during that time period. Is that something that we might be able to write legitimately?
Well, I've been sitting over here trying to write language, and every
like
time
that.
and every time Philip has raised
New concern.
a concern, I've tried to see how to address that. It certainly can be done. It really needs to be in the ordinance and the transfer, the clause that says non-transferability. We can write it, and it can be done, but you have to remember that you know, once the seller sells the property, that seller has no interest in it whatsoever, no obligations to the city, that seller's gone.
Right.
So we have to bring back, as Philip has said, some obligation on the part of this new buyer. That the new buyer would then either have a temporary permit or some obligation to the city to
Right.
to play by the rules that are adopted throughout these other permits. So drafting this is a little bit of a challenge, certainly here and now. I can't say that you cannot address this. You can.
Yeah.
Whether it's 3 months, 6 months, 4 months, whatever. You can address it.
I really appreciate this, and I do think it takes a little time to sort it through. But perhaps that provision in the permit that the homeowner, who is a future seller, obtains would have to acknowledge that they have responsibility for any remaining contracts for a 90-day period after the sale, and it becomes part of their obligation when they get an STR permit in the first place at all, just to rent. And maybe it's just a provision that sits there for 10 years of them renting until the time that they sold. And then it's like, okay, I still have an obligation to make sure all the taxes are paid on this, and it's a provision of my permit that I'm not just skating at that period.
Yeah, but we have to remember another thing is that we have to have a system in which the buyer is agreeing to this. Because the buyer, say, this is your problem, seller. I'm not going to honor this. And this gets into the hotel lodge state statute schemes and lease contract laws. It gets very complicated. But we really, as I tried to write it, it becomes
one last question to be clear here. Are you saying, Jim, that because we've already had first reading and now we're at second reading, this cannot really be added to this as it is?
No,
that it would be something that we would take some time and create and do a second ordinance that only dealt with that single issue and allow that?
No, our charter very clearly allows an ordinance to be amended prior to final adoption. So it can be amended here. What I'm just trying to say
is it takes time to figure out how to write it right.
Correct. And I will agree with Mr. Bryan on this one time.
That's why.
This does not have the restriction that we face with Ordinance 13 and 14 regarding the August 8th deadline. This is a September 30th deadline. I would say that a lot of holders of these permits are anxious about resolving this as quickly as possible. But could you continue it until another meeting? Absolutely. You can do that. Do you have to in order to make this amendment? No, but it's very difficult to write this in a proper way.
On that particular point, Jim, given the level of thoughtfulness that's gone into every word of this ordinance and the technicalities around everything that I just described, I would not be comfortable making an amendment to the ordinance on this topic at the table this evening.
I have to agree with that. Okay. I really do. I think as much as I've tried here, it would be really
I understand. And, I took notes too during the discussion of different discussion points we're going to have, and had thought to myself, without saying anything out loud, of whether we might want to extend this meeting till tomorrow night and continue business then as well, which is something we can do rather than waiting 2 weeks, or extend this to Thursday night or something like that. So depending on how far along we get with all the other issues. But no, I don't want to craft something on the fly that has holes in it.
Okay. As much as I felt at one point I could do it, I agree with Philip's concern. I don't recommend
so
that.
With respect to timing, it is also possible, given the October 1st deadline for the expiration of this permit moratorium, and the reality that existing permits are grandfathered until January 1st, we can also craft an ordinance to amend these regulations at a later date this year without affecting a single current permit holder.
Yeah.
So I really encourage council to think about the progress we've made on this ordinance to this point.
Well, that was my first question, Philip, was could we have an additional ordinance
Right,
that
that's what I
amended
was
this one in
wondering
the
as well.
future?
I wasn't afforded an opportunity to answer that question. And to Mr. Wolf's point, this is such a small issue relative to the much more significant community concerns that are baked into the rest of this ordinance that staff would favor a process that amends these regulations at a later date this year prior to January 1, when the grandfathering or grandpersoning of all the existing permits actually expires and the new permits have to be issued.
I think, just to restate what you said, so I understand it, that we could pass this as it is, enacting all the substantive and most important things now, but sort of compel ourselves or commit ourselves publicly to making a alteration before the date where this would necessarily kick in that would reflect this change.
That's correct.
I'm perfectly comfortable with such a process.
That is definitely doable.
Okay.
Philip, I want to go back to my questions around mixed use and RMF. We've got in our packet short-term rentals by zone district. Mixed use is 90, RMF is 255. And am I to understand that moving forward with the ordinance 9, those would be still available, but at 75% of those numbers?
So the way the ordinance is written, in section C, zoning limitations, the numbers in the ordinance would be the number of permits allowed in each of those zone districts were the ordinance to go into effect. So under the proposal in ordinance 9, RMF would have 190 permits and mixed use would have 39 permits, which would be a 25% reduction from the current condition in those zones.
Well, 25% reduction. Maybe my map that says mixed use of 90 units. If that was 25% reduction, I don't think that would bring it down to 39. Am I just looking at the wrong?
It may be that the exhibit is analysis of different scenarios for different percentages in the zone district. We included all the past analysis that we did by zone of existing permits and then the number of permits permitted under different scenarios. I'm not familiar with the specific sheet that you're looking at, but Haley's pulling it up right now.
Yeah, what exhibit is that from what packet?
Well, it was included into, this is
What's the
from-
page number in your packet? Let me pull up the PDF in the packet.
He's saying, I don't have it on these sheets, but he's saying 261.
No, that's a little bit different than what I'm looking at. I was looking at 261 at
261. Just a moment, please bear with me.
Yeah, not a problem. And the reason I bring that up is because the mixed use, while there is some residential uses, we are looking at limiting residential uses in mixed use. So after hearing public comment, I'm just listening to RMF and MU as appropriate zones. This is just my opinion, but I look to my other council members for their input. I'm going to bring this to you, Philip, so you know.
Yeah, I see what you're looking at. You're looking at, so 39 would be the zone district of mixed use at the reduction of 75%. So right now, there's 52. The reduction would be 39%, or 39 short-term rentals, which is a 25% reduction for mixed use.
Can I?
What page are you looking at?
I'm looking at 261, and I'm looking at the legend that says short-term rentals by zone reduced to 75%.
And Haley,
This is old analysis.
Okay, so this map, this data is is old.
Yeah.
This is not the correct data point, either for existing permits in mixed use or the proposed number under the ordinance.
Because page number 261 in today's packet has the correct numbers.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I'm not sure I'll state this correctly, but given that owner occupied are not capped in any zone district, this is really talking about a cap of non-owner occupied residential
That's-
units.
That's correct.
Thank you.
And I don't hear any support from other council members on mixed use or RMF at this time, so,
No, I'm comfortable as is.
okay. Next item I wanted to bring forward was the owner-occupied limitation of 90 days, 90 short-term rental nights. So two things I wanted to say there is there was an ask for some clarification in the language. Looking at the language in section B, under 26530050, occupancy and operational standards, section B, annual rental night limits. It says STROO are limited to 90 rental nights per year. So I guess the point there is that it doesn't delineate between long-term and short-term, so.
Mr. Bendon sent that comment to us the other day. We looked at that. Staff's response is sure, and this ordinance regulates short-term rentals, not long-term rentals. It doesn't make any reference to long-term rentals. The city doesn't regulate long-term rentals. That's a state and federal matter. And so while we understand the point, we're not particularly concerned about.
Comfortable with the language?
Yes.
Okay. And then for council consideration, as I've spoken to before, these are the owner occupied, these are Aspen residents. I've kicked this around of talking about 90 rental nights or 120 rental nights for our owner occupied.
Yes.
I want to bring that back to this table again and just see if there's support in that direction or not. Yes.
Support for.
For 120. Yep.
120.
Yeah. Yeah.
For the owner occupied.
For the owner occupied only. Yeah.
That's a challenging question. And I think Skippy is the one who said, it's easier to, it'll be harder to rein it back in if we go too high than to start with. I have heard a lot of public comment about that aspect. And I think it's worth going to the 120 days. I would support you in that, Tori. But not if we're increasing the number of permits in the zones.
Correct. Agreed.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Yeah, thank you.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think it was Presley that, Swan, that felt that if people are moving out, where are they going to go? Anybody that has an owner occupied and rents it out, they're voluntarily moving out to realize a profit from a short-term rental. I was looking for Mr. Lettingham's comments, but I know in a conversation with him over the weekend that in his particular instance, he was looking at 120, 150, or even 180. I think that a 120-day
It's a compromise.
is a compromise that is reasonable.
Agreed.
Any input there?
My initial response is I'd like to keep it all even at 90 days, but there has been a lot of public feedback on this particular issue, and I'm a little reluctant, but I'll go along with 120 days.
Okay. I share your reluctance, John.
So Mayor Tory, I hear unanimous council support for changing 90 days to 120 days for the short-term rental owner-occupied permit. I've drafted motion language for council to consider once we get to that stage in the process.
Just to address Chris Bendon's comments, is that the amendment would be to that section B, annual rental night limits, STR are limited to 120, I would suggest adding short-term rental nights. Just clarify it a little
Yes,
bit. I don't
yeah.
think it was necessary, but I think it's helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Those are the items that I wanted to bring back and discuss. I thought there were a lot of other great comments. I know that there are a lot of concerns. I think what I take away from my whole day today, and as I was sharing with council earlier, comments at the ACRA board meeting were exactly along the lines of being able to amend this, being able to work this, and seeing what happens when this hits the ground. So I am comfortable moving forward, knowing that we have the opportunity for amendment and changes by ordinance. Do other council members have any items that they wanted to bring up for discussion?
I just have a couple of comments. You know, I understand that,
Board, if you're, I have a comment about the ordinance or discussion items as opposed to wrap-up comments. I don't know if you're doing wrap-up comments or you have.
go for it, go ahead.
Okay, that's all. I just wasn't fast enough, and now.
Jazzy.
It's better than my ringtone.
Your car warranty has expired.
Yeah, my car warranty. I think you're right.
It's really good
I
work.
was going to double back to the one question about the traditional historic rental condos that have existed, and I guess they're a little scattered around, but I don't know to what extent that's a real change in use from some of the traditional ones. And I'm trying to pull from my mind and then also think about the zone district they're in, so that's a little bit of a challenge. But, you know, you go back to my career as an advertising distribution manager, I would often go into really small little condo hotels to fill their brochure rack for their guests that were visiting, because the majority were rented. Now, a lot were rented long-term to music professors and things like that over the course of the summer. But do we feel that it's just now up to those owners individually, whether names were thrown out like the Chateau Blanc and some of the others, and I might not be getting them right, but how are they treated now through this?
We sort of talk about all those properties as the chateaus. There's a
Okay.
lot of chateaus.
Yeah.
There's a few kind of overlapping issues here. With respect to the ordinance itself, current short-term rental permits are grandpersoned, and they can be renewed annually under the new regulations for as long as the current owners want to operate them as short-term rentals. So there's that, and if they're owner occupied, they can take that route. If they're classic, they can take that route. Eventually, through attrition via non-transferability and enforcement, some of those permits will go away. That's the design of the ordinance. And the purpose of the cap, with respect to the conversation we had in March about the RMF zone district in particular, relative to the dynamic between housing and short-term rentals, was council favored the RMF zone district as being treated primarily as a neighborhood. And so a cap was proposed. And so in that way, that permitting system and cap and attrition will deliver on that policy objective. Additionally, it is up to individual HOAs whether and how they want to allow short-term rentals in their units. I was describing this to a member of the public a week or so ago. HOAs can choose to be more restrictive than the city's regulations and not allow it at all, or not allow it under certain circumstances, or limit the number of nights. So they can be more restrictive than the city's regulations. But with the adoption of Ordinance 9, that puts in place a sort of new baseline by which any building in the city can operate with respect to its eligibility for short-term renting. So if there are condo docs somewhere from 1978 that say you can short-term in this building, that doesn't supersede the precedence of Ordinance 9. Does that answer the question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Board comments, or were there other items, Rachel?
No, that was all, but thank you, and thank you, Ward, for letting me ask the question. Technical.
Do I have the floor now?
It's closing comments. There we go.
One more thing.
Yeah, just some overall comments. We listened for an hour and 10 minutes of public comments, and I listened to them all. And Alexander, we do listen to all the comments, and this has been a 7-month process. I don't know how many emails I've responded to owners, whether they're owner-occupied or any other number of type of classic, how many lodge or general managers I've spoken to on STRs. And I think that is just reflective of what all the other members of this council have. We've taken this very seriously. We are trying to be as accommodating as possible, but a comment that Mayor Sterling made that about the non-transferability of the license. I think one of the big reasons that we're here is that we've identified the impacts of increased short-term rentals on our community, just like communities throughout the Mountain West and all over the country have identified the impacts, and that we wouldn't be here if we didn't feel that we had to rein them in a little bit. And to rein them in, and I heard also the comments, I'll find it in my notes, but somebody said you should have a new lottery every year, basically, that people should not be grandfathered in. Having to weigh that against somebody that has always depended, an owner-occupied that has always depended on this income to help support their families. There are a whole litany of very valid reasons why they need the income from the short-term rentals. It supplies the diverse bed base. Sometimes there are people that are vacationing here, and as Skippy has said a number of times over the last few years, that the visitor today is the resident of tomorrow. So we're giving people by the short-term rentals and the owner-occupied and all of these various types of bed and units that are being rented. We're giving what the Aspen Area Community Plan calls for is a diverse tourist bed base. So I think that the STR, I feel that it needs to be reined in. So the natural attrition of 25%, and this is not, it could be a number that we realize that we've gone too far or not far enough. We might be revisiting this. I assume that we probably will be revisiting it. But we can't let the perfect stand in the way of the good, or whatever that axiom is. Nobody's gotten it right. Nobody throughout the, the CML, we were 200 different communities, and everybody's trying a different approach. We're trying to make it to preserve our community. And that's the goal that I have in my heart, and I think that the rest of our council has. And I think that I would hope everybody in the audience here and online feels that preserving our community is so important. And Phyllis, we've lost the middle, and is she still here?
No.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Phyllis.
Yeah, she's not hard to miss with her red hair. But at any rate, that there have been impacts. Somebody calling for an absolute cap of 500. So I think that the work that staff has done is commendable. We've listened, we've had public outreach. We haven't come up with an ordinance until we've had outreach and community engagement. So I feel we have to start somewhere. For something that we've identified and other communities identified is something that's out of control. And in order to preserve the fabric of our community, I think it's important that we take a first step. And it may not be the last, but I feel comfortable that we have something to work on here.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Ward.
Ward.
John?
Yeah, I want to thank Ward for pointing out the comment about what Ward just stated. Let's just put it that way. There were some comments made here tonight about this is the way things have always been done, and I've got to say, business as usual is not working for our community, and that's why we're here, and that's why staff has spent 5,600 hours working on this. Thanks, staff.
Other comments? Sure, Rachel?
Yeah, thank you. This has been an exciting journey for all of us, and it's not the same fun you have opening a child care center or dedicating a new park. This is a real challenge, and there have been some comments I'd like to address. First off, I don't think the issue or an enticement to us is, can the city of Aspen make more money? The city of Aspen is interested in fair playing field and that people are charged equally, but I don't want to do more STR licenses so we can make more money. You know, STRs, there was a term of are these the boogeyman? Well, they've become the boogeyman across every community in our country, and certainly heightened in resort communities or any place that's desirable to be, because it has changed the dynamic for any sort of workforce or working class people within a community. That's everything in Aspen is always magnified and intensified beyond normal communities, perhaps. Aspen is unique, and there's a reason that people are willing to spend $2,000 a night to spend in somebody else's apartment. There's a reason that our real estate prices are what they are. There's a reason there's been a tremendous amount of value created, and that value has been created through restraint. It's been created through control, through carefully guided, not a let's let the market run wild and see if it turns out okay. That's never been the philosophy in Aspen. And I mean, I've heard some real comments here that are just exciting, but yet the circle continues. And we can say it's economics 101, and that rising demand will create rising prices. Sure is the case, and it creates rising demand for a bigger workforce to satisfy people who are paying $2,000 a night to live in somebody else's apartment. And that rising demand creates higher wages. And we already know our small businesses are all falling apart because they can't get people, and they can't pay the wages with the landlord rents that they have now and the triple net leases. So it doesn't start and stop. This economics 101, the impacts go further and further and further down the road into our community. And something I've been talking about a bit for a while now is that I think our community has totally taken for granted and underestimated the impact of losing the free market workforce that has come up here for decades, because this was the best jobs. But you know, they're building the tree farm now, and it's going to have 250,000 square feet of commercial, and their affordable housing isn't even going to begin to cover it. I know an awful lot of people who've decided it's a lot easier to work at City Market in El Jebel or Carbondale and save 30 hours a week commuting from their family. You know, you can't pay someone enough to give them back $30 a week with their family commuting. Our affordable housing issues or workforce shortage has just started. It is just started. Just take a look at the price of a new free market home in Glenwood Springs, and it's unaffordable to the vast majority of wage earners anywhere in our community. So I don't think that, you know, we always talk about what is killing the golden goose, and I think it's charging exorbitant prices for lousy service. And I know many people in this room have read the book, The Devil's Bargain, about resort communities. It was done, you know, probably 15, 20 years ago. But it identified from being kind of low down, secret, kind of cool, Everyone likes to go there. It's really happening now, and it gets gentrified. And then the decline starts, and the known decline starts, that the diversity is gone, the messy vitality is gone, people are priced out of it. The workers are not particularly happy even when they try to smile at a customer. And this council and other councils before us have tried to prevent the decline of that cycle that happens to almost every resort. The names are still there, but it's just not the experience that people really think they're going to get when they get there. You know, the transferability of the license is about the price drivers for resale. You're not selling a house anymore, you're selling a commercial activity. And when you promise someone that, oh, you can still have that license, well, the price will be $1 million or $2 million more because look how much income you can generate from your house. I don't know that boards in the past, when they approved multifamily buildings or residential neighborhoods, they knew they were designing small hotels to house hotbeds for our community. They thought they were building neighborhoods. They thought they were for people who would be sending their kids to schools and be volunteering on boards and all sorts of things like that. But they have become a commercial activity, and the price will only continue to go up when the value of your home is based solely and primarily on its income-producing value. And the people who will pay the price for that are the real residents who stay when their neighborhood prices and property taxes are raised every 2 years by the assessor, as they're required to do in this state. And it's based on market conditions. And when the house next to you or 2 doors down from you just sold for its income-producing value, not its home value, your property taxes will go up. And so there's a lot of reasons, which I think people know, of why we've been trying to tackle this and to put some guardrails around it, some effort to try to fulfill the goals of the community plan of a sustainable community with real residents in real neighborhoods, and not simply that the entire town would, could, or should become a rental opportunity for as much income as possible. I mean, I started these discussions with the question, with the face mask on, because we were mid-pandemic, of isn't this the final question of whether Aspen is just a commodity? Is it just for as many people who can come in and make as much as they can, as quickly as they can, and leave whatever is in the dust behind? And what's in the dust right now is our community. Is this a community or is it a commodity? And yeah, there'll be elections next March, and people will be debating these issues wonderfully. And we'll see where the community goes. And where the community goes is fine with me. That's the decisions that they will make. I have no doubt that it will be quite an exciting and heated time, and the community can decide, should we go back to the Wild West? Should there be an unlimited number of STRs? Should they be guaranteed to everyone who wants to buy in and turn a home into a hotel? We'll find out. Thank you for your work, Philip, and all of you. Appreciate it. And thank the public for their comments. I think it's helped shape this, and we're trying to do a good job. And I think the public comment and the input and the people willing to give their time has been extremely helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. If further comments, we can get a motion on the table.
I'll make a brief comment.
Thank you.
Had a bunch of notes, but I think people have said a lot. We often fear change. I don't think it needs to be feared. Things change, and that's always an opportunity for regrowth, for learning, for improvement, as individuals, as a community. And yeah, we also fear change as humans. But, you know, our responsibility up here is to respond to changing times. And, you know, from my view, in many ways, this conversation was long overdue. Is the result perfect? What does perfect even mean? If perfect is the ideal outcome for everybody, then certainly not. That's just not how public policy works. But I think, on balance, I'm exceptionally proud of the process that we've run. It's been clear-eyed. It's been considerate. It's been involving. Alex, just here at this table today, you saw 2 very major things change as a result of comment. And there's a lot more embedded in here. There's going to be positives and negatives that come from this, not just unintended, but known unintended, right, or trade-offs. That's part of how this works, unfortunately, in this world. The reduction in speculation is a great thing. The improvement to neighborhood character is a great thing. The drawing a line in the sand against over-tourism, which I think harms all of our experience, is a good thing. And they will be continually moving lines. There are also, in my view, no negative outcomes. We'll probably see a rise in ADR, average daily rate, as said. That's a negative. Unfortunately, having a complex response to a new situation for the first time will never come without those. And I think on balance, we've done well. We've all sacrificed something. That's what consensus is. And I appreciate divergent opinions are always great. I haven't heard a call for more divided government in a while. So with that, I'm happy to support this.
Thank you.
Did you make a motion?
Did I?
You said you were going to.
I did?
We have a
I wasn't
motion.
aware of that.
We have a specific motion to propose.
Yeah.
if you don't
Oh, okay.
mind. And that's that I move to adopt ordinance 9 with the amendment to section 26.530.050.b, deleting 90 and replacing that with short term, with quote, 120 short term, close quote.
And do we need to say anything about the,
Read it there.
I've displayed it on the screen for ease of,
Yeah.
ease of use.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but my question is, in addition to this, we've talked about at a later date amending this, and so do we not need to say anything about that here? That's public record, y'all heard us. Okay, great. I move to adopt ordinance 9, but this is very handy, I love the teleprompter, with the amendment to section 26.530.050B, comma, deleting 90 and replacing it with 120 short term.
I'll second.
A motion and a second. Further discussion?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just 2 more short comments. I have been here like 42, 43 years now, and I got here in '78, and just right at about that time, maybe a little before then, the county approved Snowmass Village, and it was approved, when you read the documents, to take the pressure off of Aspen. It was going to take all that extra tourism pressure and put it all up there. That's the best. And so that didn't really happen, but it became a great family resort. And the other thing I'd like to mention is just, we're all watching at the national level where the feds have been raising the interest rates. And they've been raising the interest rates because inflation got out of control. And the economy is superheated, and they want to cool it down a little bit. And you know what? There are winners and losers in that. They're pulling inflation down potentially for all of us at the grocery store or gasoline pumps or whatever. But some people are going to lose their jobs over that. And people who had wanted to buy a home are going to pay a higher rate of interest now. And they've been dreaming of a home for a long time. But it's, as you said, public policy is trying to balance the needs of multiple people and a multiple system, and not just individuals across the board. And so that's kind of where we've ended up. Thank you. Balance.
We have a motion and a second. Could we have a roll call vote, please, for ordinance number 9 on second reading?
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Howenstein?
Yes.
Councilor Mesro?
Yes.
Councilor Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Tory?
And a yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again to everybody that came out, public comment, everybody that sent us emails and approached us on the street as well. Thank you guys so much. Council is going to go ahead and take a 25-minute, call it 30-minute break before we get to our next item. We apologize, but after 3.5 hours, we need a break.
Yeah, want our brains fueled.
Thanks, Tricia. Warren Boebert, winner primary.
No surprise there.
Was it even close?
No surprise.
when it gets late.
Is that a microphone, and did you just drop it?
Yes, exactly. All right, welcome back, everybody. This is, after a short recess, we are continuing the Aspen City Council meeting for June 28th, 2022. We've gotten down our agenda to public hearings and through Ordinance 9. Now we are down to Ordinance 13, and these are in our packet, I believe, as 13 and 14. Some shared information there. So, Ben, would you like to do the introductions?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Lumberyard with Community Development. Sitting to my right here is Philip Spina, Community Development Director, Mr. Arrow, Chronicles, the Design Workshop, and our lead consultants work across the moratorium, and then Garrett Lammer, Planner of Community Development, is down on my left. Garrett was instrumental in getting this ordinance to the finish line, and his work is throughout. So with that, if it'd be okay if I share my slides?
Yes, please.
Sir.
Come on. There we go. Okay. Due to the late hour, we've got a fairly robust presentation planned for you, but we're going to try to truncate that as much as possible. This presentation this evening is related to both ordinances 13 and 14, but as we talked about with first reading and the way that you handled with first reading, both the ordinances need there's some discussion at the end of the presentation about Ordinance 14, but the primary discussion tonight is around 13. So again, these two ordinances, 13 and 14, one is took over and dominated your packet materials with the ordinance itself and the red line changes from first reading. And most of 99% of the discussion around the moratorium is in Ordinance 13. Ordinance 14 has a very narrow topic of the update to the fee and lieu described annually in the Land Use Code. And as we go through this, just because we've got slides on all the topics that are related to the discussion this evening, and we're going to be moving through those fairly quickly, but throughout this conversation, if there's anything that you want to dwell on, discuss, ask questions about as we're going through, please stop us at any time, and we're happy to have a more robust discussion on a specific topic that you'd like. I think most importantly this evening is an acknowledgement that there have been some changes to Ordinance 13 since first reading. Changes to Ordinance 13 since first reading. Firstly, just because of the number of sections of the Land Use Code that this touched, there's numerous formatting, grammar, word choice, and other minor adjustments that have happened since Ordinance 13. And, since we've even put together this final draft, there's going to be some other Scrivener errors that we need to sort of correct before this becomes, if this ordinance is passed, other changes of that nature that are going to be necessary kind of just to bring sort of additional clarity or to fix grammar and punctuation and that kind of thing. More significantly, we've had in second reading, and we discussed this with you at first reading, but we've included in the text here are the sort of clarifications and a little bit more precision on the relationship between AH projects that intersect with Historic Preservation Commission review. We talked about this issue with you at first reading. Those changes have been included for second reading. We also, per council direction at first reading, we had an extensive conversation about the employee generation rate and where to set that at first reading. Council direction was to land that at 0.107 FTE per 1,000 square feet. That has been included in several sections in growth management. Examples and calculations, those kinds of things have included that figure. We also, based on some feedback from the design community as they've had a chance to sort of look at this, we came to the conclusion in the aspects of a home that are now going to be counted or proposed to be counted, for the purposes of affordable housing mitigation. Certainly subgrade areas would remain, certainly garages would remain. Initially, we proposed to include staircases and elevators. We came to understand through some further conversations with our particular design community that that wouldn't translate into significant floor area and would add complexity to the calculation process. So we are proposing and have included in the second reading ordinance a kind of removing stairs from that calculation of mitigation. And then lastly, Appendix A of the Residential Demolition and Redevelopment Standards. There had been some public comment. There had been some comments that we received in the design community that and this gets pretty technical, and we can parse this out, and we've got folks from our building department to talk about these changes and the impact of these changes. But initially, there was a proposal to limit the amount of glass above grade based on the total wall area to 20%. After conversations with some members of the design community that we're working closely with, we've shifted that to 30% for a couple of reasons. One, we heard very clearly that the 20% would be a real limit to design flexibility, and that 10% delta, while it would increase design flexibility, would not translate into a significant decline in overall building performance. And one of the other things that we heard from these same folks that we're talking about, that if we and these things have been contemplated by our building department as they're making kind of the local adjustments to our energy and building codes, that an impactful idea would be to limit the area serviced by a snowmelt system to 2,500 square feet. Currently, there is no limit, and we deal with that with our rent program, but limiting that total amount of snow melted area to a property to 2,500 square feet would have significant effect in reducing overall energy demand. So those are the 5 changes that have happened to the ordinance from first reading. Everything else that we have talked about previously at the work session on May 23rd and at first reading on June 14th remains unchanged, other than these 5 items that have been sort of identified here. And I'm happy to talk about any of those items if you have interest, or we can talk about them in more detail with slides that we have later. So I'll leave that up to council if you want to talk about any of these changes at this moment.
Questions on these changes for now?
No.
Are there any special requests from council about what information you would like? I can start it off by saying, Ben, in our memo, you go through 4 primary outcomes. Maybe we should go through those.
Got us. So just in terms of our presentation, we've got slides, and we can talk about that in a brief way. The intention here is to now turn things over to Design Workshop to talk very briefly about process to this point and how we arrived at this location, or at this point. So I've got a couple of, we can go through this. I think everybody understands that we're here to review and discuss the ordinances, and we would like you to consider approving ordinances on second reading this evening. And then ultimately, I think Philip talked about a lot of the kind of broad scale things related to how we got here on both of these topics of short-term rental and residential building. But I do think that Ordinance 13 is particularly a response to pay, scale, and impacts of free market residential development. And secondly, kind of finding ways to further encourage affordable housing development. So with that, I'm going to turn things over to Jessica and Eric to talk a little bit about process and their role within what we've been doing over the last several months.
Great. So thank you, Ben. We, as Ben said, wanted to just give a high level of what's been going on. And this timeline starts in January. That's really when Design Workshop and City Explain, CEI, were brought on to support the city in working through the moratorium. So we have a public engagement timeline and analysis and documentation timeline. We put this up here because throughout this process, we're really weaving that public engagement with the technical content and the technical analysis that was occurring. So we started with developing a really robust engagement plan and then moved into exploration with stakeholders through interviews, focus groups, pop-ups. We also worked extensively on some analysis that we've talked about with you in past work sessions, so we won't go into detail here, but we looked at case studies for similar communities. We did some analysis of existing development and how that has impacts in the community, and then we finally did some work analyzing the feasibility related to changes to the affordable housing in zone districts, as well as buy-downs. Also working through this process was RRC, who helped support some of the work on housing mitigation. Specifically from an engagement aspect, I think we would suggest that the city should be really pleased with the engagement effort that was completed and how engaged the community was in this process. We've, again, gone through this in detail before, but we had extensive days of advertising for community meetings and pop-up events. We had over 1,000 visits to the Aspen Community Voice website, so that people were really engaged both in person and online. And we have a extensive engagement summary that, again, we can go into if you have any questions. But the main takeaway is similar to the short-term rental discussion. Specific comments that were heard during those engagement events directly influenced the code writing that staff did and the design workshop supported them on. And so it's really important to know that we were very iterative throughout this process and really taking that community feedback.
So we felt it important to acknowledge that many of the issues that are being addressed through the moratorium are familiar to communities throughout the country. As a firm that works nationally, we wanted to lend some brief outside perspective of what we've seen with regards to a few core issues. Challenges around affordable housing are present in communities throughout the Mountain West and the nation. Issues around sufficient workforce housing and incompatibility of zoning laws, challenging entitlement processes and approval processes, influx of new residents. All these are present in many of the communities that we work in. At the same time, we're also seeing these communities work to craft innovative solutions to these problems, such as zoning and entitlement reforms, strategic partnerships with landholding entities, and city-sponsored affordable housing incentives programs, whereby they may do things such as provide a monetary subsidy for certain aspects of development or provide an expedited review process for affordable housing projects. Next slide, please. Issues around sustainability and climate resilience are also becoming more recognized and apparent in communities we work in. Issues around flooding, wildfire, drought, equity, urban forestry, renewable energy, all these are becoming more and more prevalent. And again, at the same time, we are seeing a wide range of solutions that communities are working to implement to try to tackle some of these issues. Solutions such as working to implement sustainable infrastructure, to rewrite energy policy and increase efficiency requirements, mitigate issues proactively and increase non-vehicular transportation where possible. Next slide, please. Finally, growth and development. The Urban Land Institute every year puts out a study on trends within the real estate industry. In 2020, one of those major trends was called the Great Move. And really, this was a summary that, as a result of the pandemic and the ability to work from home, communities around the country were seeing significant amounts of growth in a very short period of time. And this amount of growth had substantial impacts. It put strains on existing infrastructure. It decreased affordability. It increased population growth. It pushed development into natural areas. And communities have been and are still struggling to respond to much of this rapid increase in growth. And again, we are seeing communities try to respond to these through innovative solutions, through strategic sub-area planning to address targeted issues within the community, implementing growth boundaries or other growth-related policies, and putting together infrastructure plans that can try to respond to some of this rapid increase in population.
I think we wanted to go through this to just highlight the work that's before you tonight does a lot of really important things to address these issues here in Aspen, but Aspen is not unique in facing these issues. This is a really tailored set of codes that meet the needs, I think, of the Aspen community and the issues that we heard through the engagement process, and we're really excited to go through that, so I'll turn it back to Ben.
So, Mr. Mayor, back to your sort of inquiry. After this work, with, lots of months, lots of hours of discussion between staff, with our consultant team, and most importantly, with the community, we have landed on these 4 primary areas of response to the issues that were identified at the beginning of the moratorium as council and staff worked through kind of setting those kind of outcomes in place. But demolition and redevelopment, we are doing and are proposing some significant changes to the GMQS and demolition chapters. Affordable housing mitigation, changes to that system, particularly for single family and duplex development in GMQS, and necessary changes in calculations and measurements and support. Some definitions needed to change in support of that. We've also, as we've talked with you several times about, changing projects that are compliant with the land use that are 100% affordable to an administrative review process. That required changes to the GMQS chapter and the Affordable Housing Credits chapter. And then lastly, we went through the zone districts across the city and identified targeted changes that may have the opportunity or may provide additional opportunity for affordable housing development across the city. And so one of the reasons why your packet is so long is that because of those targeted changes, they were kind of spread throughout the zone district chapter, and that chapter surprisingly is 100 pages long. And so a couple of versions of that, we've got a couple hundred pages. So anyway, that's number 4 there is one of the reasons why your packet is what it is. But again, targeted changes, and I think again, we can talk, I've got slides to talk about each of these changes in more detail. We've had in-depth discussion with council, both at the work session and at first reading on the variety of these topics. And so I'm going to go through them very quickly. Please stop me if there's topics you want to explore further. So on demolition, and I would say of the changes that we're making, this is perhaps the most substantial. In response to council and community discussions about the pace and scale of development and the impacts of development, it is staff's and our consultant team's perspective that the projects that trigger demolition and engage in significant redevelopment are projects that are really driving a lot of the things that the community is feeling and the council asks us to respond to. In the conversation at the work session on the 23rd, we asked council about the number of these development allotments for demolition and redevelopment projects. Council gave direction on 6. That number is in the second reading ordinance. And again, there's more detail here. The other piece to this is, and this might be something that you want to talk a little bit further because there's been some public comments about this. To receive this allotment, the project must meet performance standards both during the demolition process and the redevelopment of a new home. These other aspects that we have in the slides are things that we've talked about with you previously. Again, for the community's perspective, this policy only applies to single family and duplex. This is not related to multifamily or commercial or anything else. It's simply single family and duplex where we have targeted this response. So again, this is something that we talked about significantly at first reading. This residential demolition and redevelopment standards really is the piece where I think we're going after, council and community's concerns about climate and improving the performance both during demolition and for the redevelopment of a new structure. This is where a lot of that lives. And we think that it is a start. We think that this is a document that's going to be iterative over time and that we're going to be coming back to you in the next several years as new technologies come online, new systems come online, new ideas about electrification come online. This is the place where those things would live kind of moving forward for these types of development projects. And again, we can go through this, and I've got Nick and Dennis from our building department who would be happy to talk about any of these items and the importance of any of these items if you so desire. But really it's about making sure that in a redevelopment scenario, that the homes that are replaced, that are coming in replacement, are as highly performing as we can make them. And I think that These changes, I think there's been some suggestion that these changes were just kind of thrown at this ordinance. I will say that all of these changes are going to be part of our general adoption of updates to our energy and building codes that are coming to you later in 2022. And we wanted these updates to be applied to these projects that are pursuing demolition. So again, I'm happy to, these are all in Appendix A, with the exception of, at first reading, with the exception of the change to fenestration, which we've moved up to 30%, and the limit of snow melted areas to 2,500 feet. These remain unchanged from the first reading. Questions about demolition?
Skippy?
Just one clarification.
Yes.
Just going to use Peter as an example because I can see him back there. But if Peter wanted to buy an existing free market residence, scrape it, and replace it with a fourplex, 100% affordable, he would still be competing for those 6 allotments.
It's not correct.
Okay.
If the proposal at the time was to pursue 100% affordable in the redevelopment.
Cool. I just wanted to make sure. That's great.
Okay, move forward.
Unaffordable housing mitigation. In staff's view, the primary change that we're making to the way that we have long calculated affordable housing mitigation is the inclusion of subgrade areas and basements and garages in the mitigation calculation. Previously, these areas have been excluded. And when we talk about an increase to the ultimate mitigation requirements for an addition or for a fully redeveloped property, that's really where the change is coming from. As part of this process, we did do an update to the residential employee generation study. We talked extensively about this at first reading. From that discussion, we're proposing a generation rate of 0.107 FTEs per 1,000 square feet. This is a reduction from our current rate. And so I know that there's been some emails and some discussion amongst council about this. We did talk about it extensively at first reading, and before I move off of this, I've got slides that can explain this in a little bit more detail and about the recommendation from staff to the 0.107. But again, it's a topic that we went over pretty extensively at first reading, but happy to go over any questions that folks might have about that.
I think we should take a look at the slide or get a little bit more information just for public knowledge.
Okay. So these are the kind of 4 levers of our affordable housing mitigation calculation. These are all codified in the land use code in one way or the other, but they come together to translate into the affordable housing mitigation that we require in different kinds of development scenarios. And so in these 4 levers, the proposal that's coming forward to you is that the big change from staff's perspective is what counts. And this would now include basements, garages, and in a redevelopment scenario, the existing floor area credit that we currently have would now count towards your mitigation requirements. The employee generation rate would be reduced. And again, that employee generation rate is a calculation both during construction and then the long-term operation and maintenance. That would be reduced from its current rate at 0.16 down to 0.107 FTEs. The mitigation rate, we had a conversation at work session on May 23rd about potentially changing that mitigation rate, reducing that mitigation rate. Council desired that to stay at 100%. And in fee in lieu, as a result of a past ordinance 14, would update the fee in lieu number by roughly 8.5% based on a national construction cost index. So those are on these 4 levers, that is the status that ordinance 13 would establish.
Thank you. Questions, Rachel?
No, I was just going to say, we asked for a nexus and this sort of generation numbers, and it's lower than it was before. That's okay. We asked for a current nexus to be able to base our work on. And, there is an increase potentially of how much employment demand that is generated by home because of counting areas that weren't counted before.
And just a very quick, and this is a variation of a slide that I've shown before. We've kind of used this scenario of a redevelopment to kind of compare and contrast things that have happened in the past versus what these changes would translate into. And the column on the right shows the 0.107 FTE generation rate. It shows the inclusion of the full floor area of a 7,500 square foot home, and shows kind of the kind of methodologies that have existed over the last 9 or 10 years, kind of what these changes, how those changes would translate into impacts on this scenario. I will say that the value of the affordable housing mitigation has been updated to the proposed new fee in lieu. That number was roughly 300,000, kind of prior to, if we're not counting the update to the fee in lieu. Any further discussion on mitigation before we move on?
I want to hear comment and all that stuff first.
Okay, we can move on.
Okay. The affordable housing review process, again, these are for projects that are otherwise 100% compliant with the land use code. We're proposing translating those into an administrative review rather than the current either P&Z review, HPC review. Again, these things, whether it's underlying zone district requirements in terms of floor area height, or parking, or residential design standards, APSHA regulations requirements, no variances to setbacks or anything like that. Projects like that could then go through administrative review, and the ordinance is updated to kind of show the clarity for projects that do have intersection with historic preservation commission review. And then the fourth topic, kind of these additional opportunities for affordable housing. Again, we've gone through these. These remain unchanged from first reading and our work session discussion. In residential zones that currently only allow single-family duplex, in some cases they allow ADUs, we would allow those zone districts to accommodate a triplex or a fourplex using the same dimensional standards. We are proposing some flexibility in other zone districts for existing multifamily that want to be or may be converted to 100% affordable. And then, some other changes, again, scattered throughout to take away sort of unnecessary or unintended obstacles for affordable housing development through the city. I will just say that one of the things that is included in Ordinance 13 that I think we've certainly been talking about public, but I don't know that it's fully landed, is the mixed-use zone district that new residential, free market residential development uses would not be allowed to be established. This is consistent with other actions that we've taken in our other commercial zones. And then lastly, and I'm going to go very quickly through these because we've gone through these, most of the reason why the ordinance is so long is the kind of tentacles in the land use code, and you start pulling on one string and you have to go into several other sections. We did make, to kind of support those four primary policy objectives, we made some changes to calculations and measurements to this new section of the code, demolition, which tries to give more clarity as the landing place for the residential demolition and redevelopment standards. And then again, changes to definitions, changes to the powers of the community development director when we're evaluating demolition calculations, clarifying P&Z's role related to these things. Nonconformities, I will say that I had a conversation with Chris Benden around some precision of language. Staff feels like we can address Mr. Benden's concern with some Scrivener's errors of moving a comma that causes a little bit of maybe confusion that wasn't intended. So that's the kind of thing that we might be changing. There's some changes to appeals to kind of deal with this topic of demolition, and similarly across these other kind of supporting topics, minor changes, but were necessary to kind of support the things that we were doing. And I will just say that we were also, particularly with Jessica and Eric's assistance, as we were touching these different sections, we were really careful to make sure that we weren't changing something in an unintended way that wasn't in support of the things that we are ultimately proposing as the policy responses. And then lastly, Ordinance 14, you saw this slide at first reading. This is an annual update that's described by code. using the Engineering News Record National Cost Construction Index from May of 2021, when we last updated the fee and lieu numbers to May of 2022, that index is showing an increase of just below 8.5%. And the proposed numbers at the bottom are what the new numbers would be across our 5 categories. So with that, that was pretty brief. It was pretty quick. Substantial topics throughout. Happy to engage in further discussion on any of these topics, answer any of your questions, and certainly we're interested to hear the comments during public hearing and be here to respond to any of those comments as you desire.
Thank you, guys.
Anything at this time from council?
Questions? Public comment?
Good, okay. All right, we do want to take some public comment. We probably need to make a spot for them somewhere.
There's a lot of
One of
us.
your tables.
Great solution.
All right, I'll go ahead and start with online attendees. Online attendees, if you are wishing to comment this evening on ordinance 13 and 14 or 13.
I do believe it would be okay to ask for comments on either or both at the same time. We've kind of lumped them together. You can separate them if you want, but I would sense that there might be duplication in the comments. I don't see anything procedurally incorrect by conducting a public hearing that addresses both ordinances at this time.
But to clarify, there'd have to be, council would still have to open and close a hearing for ordinance 13 and ordinance 14.
Correct.
And make motions and seconds and vote separately.
Absolutely.
So just combined public comment. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
It's just for simplicity and given the late hour.
Again, online participants, if you want to make a comment, please raise your hand and we'll get you through to be able to make comments. I have got Haley Carmer.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, Haley.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Haley Carmer. I'm an attorney at Garfield and Hecht. We submitted a letter to council this afternoon, but wanted to give kind of an overview of some concerns that we have regarding the mitigation fee aspect of ordinance 13 specifically. The last time council considered changes to its affordable housing mitigation fees was back in December of 2021. And at that time, council was working with outdated data and information regarding the employment generation and made the wise choice to table that ordinance before considering adoption. Since December, the city has received an updated employment generation study, but we feel that even with that study, it's still premature to be looking at changes to the fee structure, primarily in connection with the state's development impact fee statute. That statute requires that impact fees be legislatively adopted, generally applicable, intended to defray projected impacts to capital facilities caused by future development, and set at a level no greater than necessary to defray those impacts. In other words, not making up for existing deficiencies. And of course, the city must quantify the reasonable impacts of development on existing facilities in order to support and impose that impact fee. With respect to Ordinance 13, while we ultimately now have an updated study, that study came in about a week ago, and the ordinance has been in substantially the same form as it was in December, the employment generation rate aside. So that, there hasn't been much time to digest and analyze this updated study by council or the public, or to have meaningful discussion with staff about what's in there. So that's one point of concern. But more important than the timeline is really what isn't included in that updated study. Primarily, the study doesn't calculate or quantify the amount of employee generation directly related to the construction of subgrade garage and other square footage that's now being contemplated for inclusion in that impact fee calculation. The study also doesn't quantify the amount of employment generation directly related to demolition and replacement of that portion of a new single-family residence or duplex that is existing as compared to the amount of employee generation related to redevelopment with no demolition, where there's less than 40% of these existing structure demolished. So we need some more information specific to the things that council is looking to add to this calculation study. It's more than just a policy decision. We think that those specific aspects of the calculation need to be similarly quantified, just like the employment generation rate generally. Another thing that we would point out is that council is still considering including 100% mitigation for residential, while the commercial and lodging sectors are only mitigating at 65%. There hasn't been much discussion about the rational basis for making that distinction or why that's fair or justifiable from a proportionality perspective, which is also a component of complying with the development fee statute. We've also included a letter from BBC Research and Consulting that's looked at this updated study and has some additional comments that we have somebody on the line from BBC that will be going further into detail on those aspects. But overall, it's still premature for council to be changing this fee structure in a way that is going to make, as acknowledged by staff, significant and potentially seemingly unreasonable increases based on the current structure and the current fees. So as with other regulations we've talked about tonight, it seems that additional time to look at the reasonableness of these changes and ways that maybe to change the structure to mitigate the unnecessary and unintended consequences of this would make sense, and not rushing it at this point. So we would ask that council consider removing some of the changes related to the mitigation fee from the ordinance tonight if it's so inclined to approve the ordinance otherwise, so that we can continue to analyze and discuss the fee before making those changes. Thank you.
Thanks, Haley.
Thanks, Haley.
Mr. Mayor, if I could respond for a minute to
Yes, please.
one aspect of Ms. Carmer's comments. First, we received the information that she's describing from BBC at about 3:30 this afternoon, and we've read it, and I think take it as an opinion amongst many that we've been contemplating. So certainly we received it, certainly reviewed it, and see it as such. I would like to just correct something. In a previous memo and in conversations with councils, we were talking about mitigation, the kind of range of mitigation responses that we could make across those four variables. Staff made the comment, not that we thought that it was unreasonable, we said that it raised questions of reasonableness, and I think that's an important distinction to make, and I just wanted to make sure that that was on record.
Thank you.
Yeah, I also want to comment on the timing of the two 5-page letters that were forwarded to us an hour and 5 minutes before this meeting this evening. I think that if you want to have serious consideration, you should get some more lead time, and I would ask for any comments from our city attorney. I don't know what's so comical about that.
I'm guessing the moratorium timeline.
No, an hour and 5 minutes before a meeting on something of this gravity.
Thank you. We've got another attendee online, M. Verdun.
Hi, great. Can you hear me?
Yes, please introduce yourself for the record.
Absolutely. So yeah, good evening, council members. My name is Michael Verdone. I'm a director at BBC Research and Consulting in Denver, Colorado. We're a 52-year-old economic consulting firm, and we specialize in economic impact fee studies. We've conducted a number of these types of projects on behalf of communities throughout the state. And as Haley said, we've been retained by Garfield and Heck to review the proposed changes to the city's affordable housing impact fees as part of Ordinance 13. So, of course, earlier today, we sent a letter of our review and recommendations with council, and I'd just like to share a summary of that letter with you. So in the course of our work, we reviewed material cited by city staff and supported the proposed changes Most of our review focused on the changes to the ordinance and the update to the employment generation study. Based on that review, there are just a few areas of concern about the proposed ordinance, particularly around areas where we don't believe it would meet the requirements of impact fees as defined by Colorado revised statutes. And so based on those concerns, we just had some recommendations to share about the ordinance with you. So first, we recommend that council update the employment generation study to show how redeveloping existing floor area generates new and additional operations and maintenance employment that did not exist before. So this would help ensure that the impact fees are not being used to remedy existing deficiencies in the affordable housing program, but are actually related to new and additional impacts that are created by operations and maintenance. So we also recommend that council continue to exempt existing free market residential floor area from affordable housing impact fees related to operations and maintenance when redevelopment occurs. So the reduction in the employment generation rate from the first reading that was described tonight is a move in the right direction, but the proposed generation rate still exceeds the rate of generation from construction only, which means that as it's currently worded, the ordinance still likely assigns employment generation impacts to existing floor area space that probably exceed the actual impacts. We further recommend that council set the affordable housing mitigation rate at 65% for residential development. We do note that municipalities have leeway to lower impact fees from their maximum level, but it would be unusual to allow commercial and lodging developments to mitigate a fraction of their fees while requiring residential developments to fully mitigate theirs. Or excuse me, not a fraction of their fees, a fraction of their impacts. And then finally, we recommend council conduct a review of the affordable housing funding mechanisms so that the sources of funding for the program can be differentiated. So in addition to the affordable housing impact fee, the city uses other mechanisms to collect revenue to fund its affordable housing program. But one of the requirements of impact fees is that they be separated from other sources of affordable housing funding and used only to pay for new affordable housing impacts. So in order to meet that requirement, there needs to be precise differentiation of where impact fees and tax revenues go and strict demonstration that impact fees are used only to fund affordable housing needs created by new employment generation impacts. So I thank you for the opportunity to provide comment on this very important issue tonight.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you. I'm looking online, attendees that are online with us, if you wish to make comment this evening on either ordinance 13 or 14. Jonathan Nickel?
Okay, can you hear me?
Gotcha.
Okay, first, guys, I know this is really hard, so thanks for all your service. We don't say it enough. I know what it's like, so I just wanted to say that. So I think on this stuff, there's been a lot of good progress, but in this particular point on the increase in fees, I think I had down here from a previous document, it was 692% or a $444,000 increase. Actually, this was in the board pack from today, but I did see the updated slide, and I understand it's 312,000 now, if I got that right. But that's still, the average price of a house in the United States is about $409,000. So it just seems to be that, I know we're trying to do the right thing, but that we've completely gotten out of the realm of what is reasonable and what is logical. When you try and go to people and say that I'm going, and this is honestly how I feel, is that I'm being targeted as a specific group of homeowners who would like to have the option to redevelop their property, and having my, taxes or the fees alone, because I'm only talking about the fee in lieu. All the other changes are going to increase construction costs, are going to do a whole nother amount of cost increases that are probably more than this, to be quite honest, given what I've read and just kind of knowing how this is. And it just really seems to be something that, as opposed to kind of being a good conversation about how do we raise revenue, how do we really solve the problem of getting more employee housing, how do we set a clear employee housing target and look for the funds to solve that problem? This seems to be a fee that is designed to go after a certain set of property owners because they're trying to, use their legally acquired right to develop their property and, I don't know if the right word is take it out of their hide, whatever it is. But it goes beyond all level of reasonableness that seems to be in these types of process, something that's fair and balanced. This is a community problem, something we need to address as a community. I agree there's a problem, but I don't think the way to fix it is to go after a certain group of homeowners who want to use their legally acquired rights and go after them and say, no, you guys are the ones that we're going to, look to single out in this entire process because of things we perceive are having a larger impact on the community, because there hasn't been a lot of data shown about that. And so I think another thing here that would be, also good, I think in the other presentations, there was some good benchmarking about, hey, how much does it really cost for the STRs in other neighborhoods, and what percentage do they have, and those kinds of things. I haven't seen that same level of detail unless I've missed it here in this process. So I think before we move ahead and decide that we're going to charge, somebody who wants to redevelop their property more in fees than the price of a home in most places, that we should do that kind of homework. And also we should not be basing it on, just the fact that, using these calculations, the city says, okay, well, I think it's like $19 million if you use these 7,500 times the 2,500. And so therefore it's a very small percentage of the cost of the home based on the market value, because that doesn't take into account that I have no desire to sell my home. I would like to stay in Aspen. But these kinds of things will just drive out the people who want to stay here, and also just slow down the actual evolution of our housing stock into new and more efficient housing stock, because what everybody will do, like in my home where I have 3 remodels, 3 electrical systems, things that need to be changed, and we'd be much more efficient with a new home, will be delayed and put off forever because you can't afford all these other things. So I would just encourage you to really take that into account, and not have something that's so punitive to such a small group of people, because you're also limiting to only 6 a year. And it just seems like you're really looking to crack down and be punitive to people like me who would be interested in doing this sometime in the future. So, once again, I know you're making tough trade-offs, thanks for your service, but I would appreciate that consideration. And just kind of as a comment on the following previous thing, I know you guys are saying a lot that you're listening, but it just really seemed like then to have all this thoughtful public comment and not even be up against the wall, to just go ahead and say, well, we're doing it anyway, 5-0, really kind of was a blow to the we're listening to you kind of thing. So I'd encourage you to really take that to heart. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jonathan. Quick question for you.
I have a quick follow-up, and also, Jonathan, just to that point, listening is not agreement, right? Those are 2 different things. And we did make changes based on what was in the room. So it was listening and, in some cases, agreement. So that aside, just to clarify, because I want to understand to dig into the sort of targeting comment, am I correct in understanding that you are a full-time local primary resident, but not a Pickens County worker?
That's correct. But I would also say that, independently of that, and you're probably going to come up with the deferral option here.
Well, I was going to ask a question of staff to clarify that. Yeah. So that is my clarification as someone who is not a qualified worker, quote unquote, but is a primary residence holder, and in Jonathan's case, obviously a community servant, and the rest of it, he would not qualify for that deferral, correct? Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood, Jonathan.
Well, but if you do it based on the same regulations that is the STR, I would qualify because I have registered vehicles, I have a driver's license, I pay taxes in the state. So I comply with all those things.
No,
it's
I
just not
appreciate
so
that.
clear that would happen. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to be really clear for myself, because that does raise a significant question for me.
And Skippy, just clarification. Currently, the deferral agreement uses APSHA's qualification process.
So kind of asterisk that one.
Yeah, and And as a tax-paying citizen in the state of Colorado, that's kind of a big concern to me that for everything else, I'm a resident, but for all of a sudden, you know, certain rights locally in Aspen, I'm not. So
Understood.
and rights that come with my property ownership, not necessarily my working status, right?
Thank you.
Thank you. Looking again at attendees that are joining us on Zoom this evening. Are there any other members of the public joining us on Zoom that wish to make comment this evening? All right, I'll bring it in room then. If there's members of the public that wish to address ordinance number 13 or 14, you can come over here to the table where there is a microphone available. Peter, you want to start?
Chris Bryan, local attorney. Ward, what's so comical about it is that we gave you public comment as soon as we could today, an hour and 5 minutes before this meeting. You didn't give the community any notice of Ordinance 27. You sprung it on people in the December 7th meeting with a change of agenda 22 minutes into the meeting. You didn't give anybody notice. So it is laughable that you are critiquing us for giving written public comment as a courtesy. We could have come and just read this letter to you. We sent it to you in writing so that you had it before you. I don't know if you've read it. So let me read the key parts. The city drafted this ordinance before it even got the update that was provided on June 22nd, 6 days ago. It was not made available to the public or anybody else until the packet for this meeting came online on Friday, June 24th. How could we have given you public comment on this study before we had it? 4 days, 2 of which were weekend days, is not enough time to allow staff, council, and the public to digest, analyze, and engage with each other on an important study that's supposed to be the empirical basis for this ordinance. Not only is the timing of this update contrary to the dictates of this state law, the Development Impact Fee Statute, it also raises the specter of doubt among city residents and the entire community about the justification or lack thereof for the changes proposed in the ordinance. I trust that your city attorney has advised you of the legal risks you face by not complying with that statute. The last time we went to court to tell you that you broke the state law, the court agreed with us. We're telling you now not to do that. It's prohibited by statute. The letter sets that forth, and adopting a new mitigation for fee structure that does not comply with the provisions of that state statute puts the city at risk of facing a legal challenge of the fee. If a court determines that the fee structure doesn't comply with the state statute, the city may be ordered to refund fees with interest to those who were required to pay them. This is not good governance. As has been made clear in numerous staff reports and work sessions with council, the impact of the changes being proposed to the existing mitigation fee structure will be significant, and it may raise questions about the reasonableness of the changes. Council ought to eliminate the mitigation fee changes from the ordinance and continue to analyze and discuss this matter before taking action. You did it right in 2015. You started the study in 2014. Staff told you you had to have empirical documentation. You did it backwards this time. You wrote the ordinance before you even had the data. That's why it's comical.
Jim, do you mind just clarifying?
You know, I don't really want to get into an argument with him. It's legal arguments that he wishes to make, similar to arguments that his law firm's making in ongoing litigation with the city of Aspen on a number of issues, including the issue involving the Aber case, including the issue involving mitigation fees in the Forest Service case. We disagree. They have opinions. They're entitled to opinions. They can ask courts to resolve the disputes. We believe we've done this analysis properly. We've done it thoroughly, and we believe it's legally defensible. If they wish to litigate, that is certainly the right that any citizen has.
Thanks, Jim.
Chris, can I ask you a question? Sure. Do you know, was BBC Consultants hired by Garfield and Hecht Friday or previous to last week?
I'm not at liberty to disclose to you our expert.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Other members of the public that are in the room this evening? Peter.
Peter Grimmy. I would note, just as a final point, the letter that expert provided was dated yesterday. We did get it later this afternoon. But Mr. Bryan's right. He could have just read it here. I understand that. But it was dated yesterday, and we got it at 3:30.
Thanks. Peter, please state your name for the record.
Peter Grenny. I'm just going to go through from the order in the memo and read some comments. So,
Thanks, Peter.
Thank you. So pertaining to demolitions, mass and scale of homes are inconsistent with established community values is one of the points in the staff memo. Addressing the mass and scale seems like a zoning issue. Trying to control the mass and scale of homes by not allowing people with smaller homes to get a demolition permit because they cannot expand their homes without it seems like they're being singled out and penalized for not scraping and replacing their homes sooner. It's the stick approach rather than the carrot. Sticking it to them means it's in their best interest to get a demolition permit as soon as possible. And once their number comes up, they're incentivized to sell their home or redevelop it and not preserve the smaller home so they don't miss out on any market value by not having a demolition permit when they go to sell their home. This seems counter to the point of trying to preserve smaller homes and penalizing the people that have smaller homes rather than giving them an incentive. With regard to the pace, it says undue burden on neighbors who must tolerate construction noise, parking constraints, and other negative impacts of development that can take years to complete from start to finish. So we're trading one demolition, I think as Jonathan said, for multiple remodels, and remodels can have just as much impact on traffic and parking and noise. So we'll continue to see those remodels just under the demolition threshold, which seems to kind of exacerbate those issues that brought about the moratorium and this policy. I know it had come up before that there were 15 demolitions in 2021, which was an alarming number. One of those was a smuggler mobile home park unit, so there were really just 14, and the average age of those units or homes was 51 and a half years old. I don't think using the effective date based on the last remodel is an accurate way to portray the age of those homes. And in the staff memo, it says we have 1,350 single-family and duplex units, free market units in the city. I think Jonathan also made this point. I don't know how you turn over our aging inventory that was primarily built after 1950 with 6 demolitions a year. So overall, pertaining to demolitions, the real unintended consequences of the change to the number seems counterproductive and amplifies the impacts to the community members related to noise, parking, and the length of projects. Affordable housing production. Staff memo says, are there opportunities or additional incentives to encourage more affordable housing? On the consent agenda tonight were 2 units the city's purchasing in Snowmass and the ABC. And I hope you would consider allowing people that are mitigating for development to have that same opportunity to create affordable housing outside the city limits and receive mitigation credit for it. Pertaining to employee housing generation, the employee generation study, which again underpins the mitigation rates in the formula. It talks about how redevelopment creates construction and ongoing operation and maintenance workers. The challenge I see is that mitigation isn't going directly to create housing for those specific people. It's for community members and not necessarily workers or construction and maintenance and operation workers. So we're going to continue to have the same problem if we're saying that these homes are generating employees that have to drive into town or can't live in the community. That problem is going to persist if the housing isn't dedicated specifically for them. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter.
Bill?
Which one? Oh. They both got up.
y'all have supper?
Yes, we did.
Jolly good. My name is Bill Sterling. By the way, Rachel, Aspen didn't just become a commodity yesterday. I made that statement in the mid-'80s when there began to be a shift, when more people came to Aspen, not just for the unique lifestyle and quality of life, but they came to own, improve, build, and possibly profit by selling and renting real estate. And COVID, ironically, caused the phenomenon of the flight of urbanites from the cities coming to places like Aspen. And that unexpectedly just shot the prices up beyond imagination. So bear that in mind, that that's what's been going on the last 2 years. And I think some of your reaction to wanting to make changes have something to do with that phenomenon of the pandemic. And already the natural ebbs and flows of our economy are already starting to slow things down. Just a comment. Limiting the number of demolitions, to me, per year to 6 seems quite unrealistic. I mean, it'll be really a Wild West show on January 1st each year, as owners rush to get in line to submit their demolition applications in order to sort of get into the privileged group of 6. And we only had one time in the last 7 years where we had more than 6 houses demolished per year, and that was during COVID. And so I would suggest that you think about having a workable group of exceptions. You could have a cap of whatever the number might be. 6 seem to be consistent. But it seems to me that what you would do, what you could do, should do, I think, is have workable exceptions. And we're not, and of course we're accepting all Victorians and post-World War II houses, of course, but all homes over 50 years could be automatically raised. All homes under 1,500 square feet could be automatically raised. And then perhaps there could be another category of functionality and safety, which could come into play and create another category. And those exceptions wouldn't be included in your proposed cap of 6. Now, this would be beneficial for long-term locals and second homeowners who decide to leave, upgrade, or they need to sell for health or financial reasons. But then you could have that limit of 6 each year, but make those other exceptions, which I think would be really a fair way to approach this. I mean, it's not a bad thing to have a turnover in neighborhoods of out-of-date, poor conditioned, unsafe, and often very antiquated homes, because it injects, I think, a certain vitality and a new life into our neighborhoods. Now, already there's a real estate transfer tax, and now it'll probably go down a little bit as we enter into a new phase in our economy, which is obviously going to affect Aspen. But that fund has grown exponentially during the real estate surge. I'm not sure when an audit or an analysis of that fund was recently done. Is it done every year? Do we know how that money is being spent? Is it on the purchase of land more than it is on the actual development? How is that spent? It'd be really interesting to know all that. And you're already thinking about another tax that you might talk about for rentals, somewhere between 1% and 3%. Maybe all that could be devoted to the development of affordable housing as well, too. But I'd strongly advise you all to back off from such dramatic increases in the cost of affordable housing mitigation fees. For example, all the credits for existing houses to be demolished and below-grade space and garages, I don't think you should eliminate all those. Now, just bear in mind, if you don't eliminate all those credits, just think about it. There's virtually no vacant lots left in Aspen. I would bet there's probably fewer than 10. And Skippy, you could give me a list of them tomorrow, you know, and
I'll
have it on
send
my
it
desk
over first
by
thing in the
7 would
morning.
be good. So just think about that. Almost all the new development is a demolition of some kind. And so that's just a factor of the age, the evolution, and the things that are evolving and changing in our community. So I would advise you to back off so dramatically increasing the cost of affordable housing mitigation fees for all new residential development. And think really hard about not doing that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Can I ask a question?
Yep.
Bill, do you mind if I ask you a question? Sure. Yeah. When you talk about exceptions, one you left out is if it's converting to 100% affordable. That's another exception.
Well, I didn't touch that part of it, but
Just to level set. But the other two you suggested, the one of a property over 50 years, I understand the basis for that. Your second suggestion was smaller properties. Can you explain the rationale?
Well, for example, there's a property listed over on Waters now that's 1,080 square feet, and it's just under 60 years old. And that can accommodate the flow and ebb of most of real estate clients and families that want to come into Aspen. So, you know, a single person is very unlikely to buy that and just keep it. Now, some families might hold on to it for a while and take time to decide what they really want to do with that particular parcel. But that, and it's only 14 feet high, you know. I don't mind small. Small is often beautiful, and it can be beautiful. But this is a functional house, barely functional, and the family, for example, has owned it since 1968, and they never got a license to do short-term rentals, and they've been renting that house to their family and friends for over 50 years, and they didn't get in time to get a license last year. Anyway, that's just an example of a small house that is, I think, the neighborhood could be enhanced by a different style of architecture, an opportunity for someone to really make a statement in that kind of a way.
I appreciate your perspective. I couldn't disagree more. I feel like we have so few reasonably sized structures left. We want to encourage them all to turn into giant homes.
Well, some do work, Skippy, for people, and
right.
this one is really antiquated and is barely able to function for this family now at this point.
Understood.
And not any new family yet has wanted to keep it so far.
Thank you.
Bill, in the back.
Bill Guth, I live on 8th Street. Skippy, before I forget, one thing to add to Bill's, to your question that you asked Bill. What's going to happen is someone's just going to do an addition to that small house. That's all that's going to happen. And it's going to be under the 40% rule, and it's going to be a bigger house no matter what. So would you rather have an efficient modern structure, or would you rather have a crappy house with an addition on it?
I appreciate that answer. Thank you.
Thank you all, staff and council, for your hard work on this. I understand that you are coming from a place of concern for our community and trying to create a more sustainable community. And I think there's some stuff in here that will do that and will help with that. But this is going to be another well-intentioned mess, in Skippy's words. There are so many unintended consequences, some of which I've alliterated for you and sent to you. Hopefully you all received my letter.
Sorry. I apologize, Bill.
No problem, thanks. I'll go through some of those unintended consequences that I foresee, and there's certainly additional ones that I can't yet foresee, even though I'm a pretty creative person when it comes to solving business problems, at least. Furthest thing from an artist. And I guess what this all comes down to more than anything is this is not a solution to the problems that you have stated that our community is facing. this shifts the problem. This creates new problems. The gamesmanship that is going to result from this is going to be unbelievable. This is going to create speculative activity that we've never seen before in a different way than we've seen it, and it's going to disadvantage locals like myself and others, particularly people like Mike Maple, and who has old structures. That the value of those old structures, if you cannot get a demolition allotment, is really going to be degraded. And a lot of our locals that have hung on for a long time here are really going to suffer from that. And again, I'm going to get into some of my unintended consequences for other members of the public that may not have seen my letter to you. But I'm also really frustrated that we've taken the wrong approach here. Nobody has suggested incentives. Nobody has suggested carrots. Nobody has asked staff to say, what can we do to harness the power of the intelligence and the creativity in this community to help solve some of these problems? Rather than penalize a certain segment of the market, why don't we solicit some ideas? I mean, if I was in your shoes, that's where I would go first. Maybe I'm just more optimistic, but to try to penalize without solving the problems makes no sense to me. There are infinite opportunities to help resolve some of these issues: affordable housing, the impact of construction on neighbors. We're not even discussing those. We're just going straight to punishment. So I'm very frustrated by the approach in general. Here are the unintended consequences that I highlighted for council and staff. Without question, limiting demolitions is going to result in more intensive renovations, significantly more intensive renovations. People, if they cannot get a demolition allotment, are going to seek to do a project that's under the 40% threshold. Those projects will be highly intensive and impactful on the neighbors. They will be inefficient. They will take longer. These are going to be more intensive on the community than a new development project in many cases. You are going to see some creativity that we have never seen before on renovations in Aspen. I guarantee it. This defeats the entire premise and purpose of allotting demolitions. It just, we're shifting the problem. The city's going to really limit the amount of revenue it generates, most importantly in real estate transfer tax, the biggest funding source for affordable housing, one of the issues that we're trying to solve. If we don't create an adequate amount of new development, which is the most demanded thing amongst buyers in Aspen right now, brand new houses, I think we all understand that. That's the most valuable thing. We're going to limit the amount of real estate transfer tax collected. And that's going to harm the affordable housing cause. I already touched on there's going to be a speculative demand for demolitions. It's very uncertain to me how staff is going to allocate these demolitions or allot these demolitions totally fairly. It's not a precise process from what I can tell. I'm uncertain exactly what it means to have a deemed complete application. And then I think those who get one of these are going to be rewarded financially, and those who don't are going to be penalized financially. I think that new houses, especially those that are already in the queue to be built or already have a building permit, are going to increase in value. I think that's going to translate into all types of property, maybe with the exception of old properties that cannot get a demolition allotment, will get more expensive. So that two-bedroom, unattractive, small condo that maybe is within the reach of certain locals right now is just going to get more expensive. And then lastly, and maybe most upsetting to me, is the jobs and the economic opportunities that are going to be lost for a lot of people. And a lot of people will be impacted by this. There will be less architecture work to go around, less engineering work to go around, less property management, less permits for city staff to review. It sort of permeates our entire valley, at least that's in the development and construction industry. And I think it is something that I'm advocating on a lot of people in my industry's behalf here, but it needs to be considered. This is not going to be without pain for a lot of our community. Lastly, so many issues and questions in the long term come to mind for me, or just starting to come to mind for me. One that just came up during the break, actually, among several of us, was what happens to an old duplex that when it's time for that duplex, once it's past its useful life, it's owned by two separate owners. Is that two demolition allotments? What happens if one of those applicants gets an allotment and the other doesn't? And then the other one doesn't get one for the next 3 years, and so the first one expires. This is so rushed. It's there's so many issues that need to be thought through here. I know there's no such thing as perfect legislation, but this is imperfect legislation. It doesn't solve the problem. It's the wrong approach in general. I think we'd have so many better results by trying to be creative, trying to provide incentives that directly address the issues that we have. It's going to be a mess. Thank you.
Thanks. Bill, quick questions for you. Just so I understand your perspective and what you bring to the table for your knowledge. I know you as my neighbor downtown and running a bar and restaurant, but what do you do in this industry?
Sure. Well,
are you in construction?
I do a lot of different things. I've developed a lot of houses in the West End. I've won, I think, the Historic Preservation Award for every historic preservation project that I've ever done in the city, which I think is now 6. As you know, I started a bar and restaurant, employed a lot of locals. I've moved on from that project. I'm in the title industry. I'm a licensed real estate broker, but generally only for my own work. And yeah, I'm raising 3 children here. I'm married and very vested in this community. And as I've told you before, I genuinely love Aspen, and I want what's best for Aspen. And I put that above my own personal interests.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Did you have a question? Or?
Yeah, Bill, I appreciate, your unintended consequences and the code changes and the in-depth analysis that you've done. Rachel stated this earlier. My goals have not been to maximize the red. That it's nice to have more money in the Workforce Housing Development Fund, but that's not what my driver is. And I think that we identified in how the community has distanced itself from the Aspen Area Community Plan are the reasons that we were trying to mitigate. And I certainly see value in your unintended consequences, but I'm not sure that I agree with them. I think that, maybe it is going to require more intensive remodels. I think that there's no perfect legislation. When we started this whole thing, I was of the mindset that we should just downzone and we make buildable square footage lower, that we not allow subgrade space to count towards, that we would allow subgrade space to make it count towards floor area ratio. And the approach, that approach would be from the public outreach, as I understand it, that was more reprehensible than approaching it from a different angle, and the angle that was chosen was through limiting demolition, and the goal of both of those is to decrease the residential development and decrease the activities, and I think in STRs, I think those two are tied together. Your last loss of jobs and economic opportunities, there's so many people that cannot, we need more staff. We don't have enough people to fill the jobs we have, so generating more jobs, to me, is counterproductive. I understand from your point of view that's a positive, and I understand that you're saying that new home generation is the mover and creates more homes for sale, which in turn creates more income, more 150 fund revenue from the real estate transfer tax. But I think that's what I intended to pump the brakes on, is how fast the residential development is going and the impacts of the short-term rentals on our economy, our neighborhood, our community. So given two possible approaches to that, one downzoning and the other trying to control the growth through demolitions, it seemed as though the less onerous was to use demolitions as a tactic to get towards that.
Why is your perspective so narrow that there's only two possible options?
Well, let me ask this question. How many public outreach sessions and public engagements did we have before the code was written for Ordinance 13? And those are all invitations. Those are all invitations for you.
Oh, I was there. I was at almost every one of them. But how many of you up there asked, how can we do this without punishing? How can we be creative? How can we partner with somebody to help accomplish our community goals?
I don't think there was.
If we need more affordable housing, why aren't we contacting some of the biggest biggest landowners in Aspen and saying, is there an opportunity to do something together? Rather than spending a fortune on a project that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, but I'm not going to sideline us into that.
Getting way off topic of public comment, and there's a lot of other people to listen to as well, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but I think this could be a conveation that goes on for a long time, and it's
Those just stuff
15 minutes
been
with
going
one
on in
public
my
comment.
head for about 7 months.
Yeah, I get it. I just think the approach is so wrong. There's so many better ways to skin this cat that most importantly would solve the problems that you allege we have better than what this is not going to solve any problems in my mind. It's just going to create new problems and shift the problem.
Thanks, Bill.
Hearing Rachel's point, can I ask one follow-up? And it's a yes/no. It's a yes/no question.
We're going to hear from, I think, at least 10 more people, 8 or 10 more people, and it's not fair to everybody.
It's just a yes/no question. In all the stuff you attended, and I'm so appreciative you did nobody ask you what your ideas were?
I mean, the ideas were generally presented to us as this is what we're doing.
Okay.
Thanks, Bill.
Thank you.
Next public comment, Allison.
Now it's hot in here.
It's okay, you forgot your hat.
Closer.
Kind of like eat the microphone, basically.
Okay, thank you. Allison Bektish, Public Affairs Manager for the Aspen Chamber Resort Association. Again, here to summarize some of what we've heard from our 700 plus business members. First of all, congrats on passing a short-term rental ordinance. Philip and your team and Aspen City Council. Tori, you're absolutely right. We heard in the board meeting this morning to get something on the books. I also am really appreciative that I watched in real time you take in public comment and put that in the ordinance. So I would be remiss to not thank you for moving forward on that. Again, with these ordinances, our membership is mostly concerned about the impact these residential development restrictions will have on locals. We heard two primary ways that this would affect locals. Restricting the number of scrape and replace projects to 6 a year would greatly impact that workforce that makes up the construction industry, which is our second biggest employment sector in Pitkin County. And I would go further than that. Architects, designers, builders, tradespeople, unfortunately, they are not going to go fill the service and healthcare industries, which are the two industries that have the largest unemployment rate right now. I don't think we can cut back on these jobs and patch them into other places in the economy. And actually, even the printer, we have a member who's a printer, and they do the schematics for architects, right? And so even that company, since the moratorium, has lost business. So there's the economic and workforce impacts that we always want to be cautious of. Respondents are also concerned that the properties that are most likely to be tear downs or need that scrape and replace are the ones that are owned by locals who have never been able to play in this market, that maybe the investment owners or second homeowners have been able to make upgrades over time. These are locals who got into the market for whatever reason, and are financially relying on selling their home at some point, and so not having the ability to have that be one of the things that the next buyer is considering is a concern for some of our local homeowners. And then that concern of workarounds that has been mentioned already this evening, that this will not necessarily meet council's goals of reducing the environmental and landfill impact, because all those 39% right under the demolition rates will still be going on, maybe to less effect, and probably a lot of those materials still ending up where we don't want them, and all the same workers or construction crews and construction vehicles coming in to make that happen. So I think those are all of our notes right now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Allison. Other members of the public that wish to speak? Jim?
For the record, my name is Jim Pomeroy, lifelong resident of Aspen. Also for the record, I do work for the city of Aspen, but I'm here as an independent citizen, and my views do not represent the city or my department. I actually wrote my comments down instead of just extemporaneously winging them here. I'm not going to go into all the specific points and elements of the GMQS changes that are being decided or looked at. There's a lot of, I think, counters that could be brought up for many comments that have been said. There are some points, I think, but there's probably a lot of counters, and I know staff here will be able to answer most of those questions and counter many of the things that have been brought up. Rather, I wish to take a little sort of a higher level look at some of these things and how the objectives fit into it. I've been trying to think of a quote, and I just kind of wrote something down here. If democracy can be thought of as leaders doing what is best for the majority of their citizens' well-being, then approving tonight's ordinances will prove that democracy is alive and well in Aspen. Over the last couple of years, I have heard from multiple longtime locals about what is going on in this town. And among all kinds of complaints I hear, one of the most common is about development. It seems like every conversation ends up with some variation of, there's way too much construction going on and it must slow down. We keep voting for council candidates who say they will do something about the construction, and nothing ever seems to change. That's basically, that quote is, I've heard it a million times over the last few years, and I'm sure you all have as well. And I agree with this sentiment. It seems like you hear year after year promises of change were presented and nothing seems to change. I, like many of the locals in town, am one of your voters. I voted in my first local election in 1984, and just like Alexander, my friend Alexander here, I voted for every member of this board. And I think it would love to have a council that I voted for actually try to make some very positive changes in our town, and I'm excited about this. I'm excited about somebody finally trying to do something and make changes. And yes, we cannot predict everything that's going to come out of it. I wish we could always come up with perfect legislation. It's nearly impossible, but I appreciate that you're trying to do something finally about what's going on here. And with the ordinance in front of you, you all have the opportunity to do something about the problem and at the same time do what your constituents want. I'm sure that you have been hearing from several folks, as you have, that are not real happy with the changes. and you will probably hear from some more tonight. They don't want things to change because either they have been making a lot of money off the status quo or hope to in the future. That's all fine and well. But the reality is that many of these folks do not represent the vast majority of local residents. We all know that most locals don't come to meetings like this. I wish they were. I'm sure all of you wish there were more locals here. However, when you're working multiple jobs, on your free time, you might go for a bike ride or shop for groceries or just do your laundry, and going to a very long council meeting is probably not real high on your priority list. Sorry. I talk with locals all the time, and they instinctively know what Mr. Sterling said years ago at a realtor meeting talking about how we should oppose all changes to development. And he said very clearly, and I think very astutely, if we're not careful, we can very easily kill the golden goose. Well, that hasn't changed. If anything, the goose is closer to death than ever before. So, with the intention of keeping the goose alive, I am asking you all to do what is best for your constituents and vote yes for Ordinance 13 and 14, series of 2022. One thing that I did want to mention as I was thinking, as I was sitting here and listening to everybody, I hate to do this to council because I know, or to staff because I know how much they all hate things at the last minute, but down the road, if amendments are made, I think some sort of point system of some sort to determine where the 6 permits go would be something to consider. And for people like our local friends here who have lived here a long time, I think having someone living in their property, in the property that is being looked at being scraped, like they're selling it, somehow that I think they're making that a point would be helpful. I think that's a way that maybe we can deal with with that issue and that challenge. I'm not sure exactly how, but I just feel like that's one piece of the puzzle that does need to get dealt with.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Jim.
Thanks, Jim.
Fred, come on up.
Guys, it's way past my bedtime. I hope I'm going here.
There's 2.
At this point.
Ditto. Only the jet lag was still with me.
I'm just going to remind any speakers that are still coming, we would like to have comments made with brevity and clarity. That would be helpful.
Like I said, I hope I can still do that. At least clarity. My name is Fred Pierce. I've called Aspen home for 62 plus years. I hope to call it home until I can't live here anymore, but that may be coming sooner than later, depending upon how this all turns out. It's interesting, I've heard comments this evening from council about how the goal is to preserve the community, preserve the free market workforce, the people who have kids in the schools, serve on the boards. Well, I have to tell you, I'm one of those guys, but I don't feel like I'm the guy that you're worried about here. So maybe free market workforce and preserving our community has some code that I don't understand. But I just kind of feel like I'm the guy, and you've heard from me. I've been to most of your work sessions. I've been to your other public hearings. I've been to a lot of the, if not all of the public focus group hearings. They've all heard from me. And I'm pretty familiar with what's been proposed and what's before you. And rather than get into the weeds, I would just like to remind you again where guys like me are coming from. You know, we were able to get something in town many, many years ago. We made sacrifices to do so. And now we look at a house we want to live in until we can't anymore. And it needs to be remodeled, and remodeled means demolish, excuse me. It's late, like I said. And so I'm looking at a situation where, you know, we have these impact fees. We've talked about these before. The only thing I want to say about the impact fees, and I have to say that I am sympathetic and agree with a lot of comments you've heard. I don't need to repeat them. But the only thing I'll say about it is with respect to the deferral agreement,
The deferral agreement, in my view, is worthless unless you also include some sort of appreciation for us who live in our units after it's been remodeled for some period of time. Because really, we've made sacrifices and lost savings by investing in effect in our house, in a growth investment. And now, in my view, the city is coming along and saying, thanks very much for doing that. We'd like to take some of that equity you've developed and put it into our pocket for new affordable housing. And I like to be generous, but that's too much for me. So I would think that, and I understand it, I understand the reasoning for it. I understand that people make a living off doing these things, and maybe they should pay that. I don't feel like I should if I'm going to live in my house until I die or until I can't live there anymore. So I think that needs to be considered, and I would like that be part of this as opposed to a promise down the road, which may or may not ever happen. With regard to the demolition permits, this is just another roadblock for a guy like me. It means a land use application, and it means the competition. And the land use application costs me more money. And, like I said, I've got a property, but I don't have that much money. And so to pay what it costs to remodel a house in this town, and to pay the impact fees, and to pay the architect fees, and all the construction costs, and then have to pay a land use application fee, and someone to help me do that, because it's going to be a competition. I'm going to want to try to get there, and then to be told at the age of 70 that I'm going to have to wait a year or 2 or 3 before I can do it is kind of painful. And so I do think that something ought to be, there should be some accommodation for those of us who are in that situation, aren't just queuing up with our multitude of applications for our job, our income. I mean, these developers, they've got a whole staff that are putting together these applications right now. And the minute that it's eligible, they're going to be flooding you guys with applications. I'm not going to be in that group. I can't. And so, I'm going to be pushed down the road at least half a year and probably a year or 2. And by then, it may be too expensive for me to build anything anyway. I don't know. And at that point, I mean, the incentive, the incentives is the wrong word, but the impact of all this is sort of saying to me, maybe it's easier just to give up, sell my property to one of those developers, let them do all these problems, and I'll just go back down to Carbondale while all my friends have gone. That's kind of what you're saying to me. And I feel badly about that because it's been my home since I was 7 years old, and I'd like it to continue to be. Lastly, well, I guess in conjunction with that, then we also have these performance standards that we're proposing. I understand it. I don't disagree with it. But it's another expense. It's another cost that is going to go into whether I can proceed to do what I want to do and live in a house that's not 50-plus years old. Those, are kind of my comments. I just feel like I'm a local and part of the community and part of the fabric of the community that is just being told, we don't care. You're not important to us. That's how I feel. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred.
Public comment? Mike?
Brought you a little show and tell. This is what
Drano will do.
What pipes look like in a house after 50 years. It's not a lot of fun. And it's kind of impossible to repair. Nice. I could talk for hours about this. I don't think it's been properly thought through, and I don't think, with all due respect, that staff or you all understand the development process as it normally occurs and how you are proposing to flip that development process on its head by creating what to me is a lottery or a roll of the dice. The idea that these demolition allotments is a simple application process that will be perfectly processed it's impossible. Fred Fred said, you know, there's people going to be lining up with lots and lots of professionals to prepare their applications. They're going to have sophisticated systems so that at the split second that an application can be submitted, that, you know, the best architects and planners in town or in the country or in the world will have the ability to get those applications in a split second before anybody else's. And that's how the staff has proposed they're going to be processed. They're going to be processed in the order in which they were received. But there's going to be a couple of different people processing those applications. And one of them is going to be more skilled and diligent and, you know, not have a hangover or whatever on the day that that stack that ends up in front of them are being processed. And one pile is going to get processed faster than the other. Equally, some of those applications are going to be perfect and simple, and others are going to be, you know, they're going to have a bunch of typos in them, and they missed a box and whatnot, and the reviewer is going to stumble through the review process. And therefore, even if somebody had the second application in, the reviewer is not going to get to it for a while. Meanwhile, the other reviewer may have gone through, you know, 6 already. And the way the process works is the first 6 win. So this process starts with, we have no idea how many people are going to be playing the game. We have an absolute race of technology and skill to submit the application the quickest and the fastest. So we have a race. And then we turn it over to the luck of the draw, the speed and skill of the reviewer. You know, that to me is an absolute roll of the dice, an absolute roll of the dice. And that's, you know, that's a terrible place to be. You know, in the many whereases and descriptions of what you all are trying to accomplish, you wanted to provide certainty as to development. Well, this is absolute roll of the dice. This is, you know, you couldn't create, in my view, an any more uncertain process about the right to develop property in Aspen. In terms of flipping it on the head, so here again, you've created a process that by definition, any rational person would go through the demolition allotment process before they spend $1 million designing their house and engineering their house. You know, in the 523 work session, the staff and the memo says that that it's anticipated that requests for demolition and building permits will happen at the same time. That's the way it happens now. If you can't get a demolition permit with certainty, you know, that's a process in which a demolition permit is certain. It's a use by right. If a demolition permit is not a use by right, as is proposed by this process, you can't, you know, no rational person would spend $1 million in a couple years designing a house. So you're not going to get there at the same time. You're going to go get the demolition permit, then you're going to pursue the design and engineering of the house. It's backwards. That's not the way it works. So what is the solution to that? The solution to that is nobody will proceed unless they have a vacant lot or a lot with the demolition allotment in hand. So it will absolutely create speculation for demolition allotments, and it will in turn absolutely create scrapes without an immediate and prompt plan to build. That is not where you want to be. Rachel, you asked about that. at that May 23rd meeting. And, you know, a month later, the staff still thinks that demolition permits and building permits are going to be submitted at the same time. They are not. If you don't have a demolition allotment, you cannot proceed in a logical way with preparing for a building permit. That is just not the way it's going to work.
Mike, you are about 7 minutes right now.
I'm sure there is lots of other people, Tori, that.
I'm just reminding you, Mike.
Yeah, thank you. Anyways, you didn't ask me my name, but I'm Mike Maple. And why am I here? You know, the reason I'm here is not because I'm in the Aspen real estate business in any way, shape, or form. The only way I'm involved in Aspen real estate is my parents moved here. I moved here with my parents in 1968. They built a house. It's now very old and tired, as are they.
As are we.
Yeah, well, these two things should have been on separate nights, by the way. I mean, these are big,
Just
big
make your
decisions
comments,
here.
Mike,
Yeah.
please. Thank you.
And I had the good fortune, after growing up here and moving away, I woke up and smelled the coffee and moved back, and as fate would have it, I bought a house that's 1 year older than my parents' house in down Cemetery Lane, and it's in better shape than my folks' house, thank goodness. But my parents' situation has me laser focused on the consequences of the lottery that you all are creating. My parents are 81 and 91 years old, 89 and 91 years old, and they're falling apart. I don't know whether they're going to be alive tomorrow or in 20 years. They're losing their mobility, their hearing.
Mike, I wish you would stick your comments to what's at hand here. I appreciate your background.
I'm sorry.
But
Sorry, please.
Getting your background, we know
Please.
we know.
Please. They're falling apart. Care for them is coming, and it is coming in a big way. Care for the elderly at 24-hour care for the elderly in Aspen is $50 an hour, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. That's $450,000 a year. If I go put them in some sort of care facility, it's about $12,000 a month, 12 months. It's about $300,000. The only asset that they have is this house that they have owned since they built themselves and they owned since 1969. And this process, I don't know when they're going to need these funds, but they're going to need them. And they're going to need them maybe tomorrow or maybe in 10 years. But you all are creating a process whereby they are not going to be able to have any chance of accessing them without participating in a roll of the dice and a lottery. And that is wrong. And they're not the only ones that are like this, you know. There's lots of people in Aspen that are aging, and, you know, I'm now 63, and, you know, it's not going to be too long before I'm in the exact same position. You know, you are shoving the people that had the good fortune to buy a house in Aspen, but are house poor. They may be land rich, but they are house poor. And if you are preventing the opportunity for those of us that have, you know, virtually valueless houses from accessing our asset. And that, I'm sorry, is just wrong. So
Thanks, Mike.
the GMQS demolition idea is, in my view, fatally flawed. And I ask you to reconsider it. There's lots of ways you can reconsider it. I would prefer that it go away. Bill Sterling has suggested some ideas, you know, but, you know, you make no differentiation on the size and the age of the house. You know, one of these memos that I read talked about a house that was developed in 2006 that's being considered for
Mike,
demolition.
we clearly understand the critique. I appreciate it. And you've talked to many of us individually at length, the staff, you've written a letter, we've gotten multiple emails. I really appreciate it. We've heard it. Thank you. And thank you for sharing the thing about your parents. That's really meaningful. But I think we need to move to the next person.
Please don't do this. Please do not do this. Send a plumber over if you know one.
I got one.
Members of the public that are in room. Peter.
Wishing you stayed at Mezzaluna longer? Oh, no.
Thanks, Peter Fornell. I'd like to thank Bill and Fred for their words. You know, I came into the room tonight not totally convinced to the notion of this hard and fast number of 6, but I'm hearing loud and clear that I think that number needs to have a reconsideration, or maybe or your methodology there, I hope, needs to change. You know, I've always just been a curious guy, and Ben Anderson, who's done a fantastic job, and I think Ben's a smart guy. You know, I'm curious to know if you've ever just gone through the exercise so that we can quantify some of what we're talking about for the layperson and the general public. Have you ever just taken a 6,000 square foot lot and a 3280 house that has a basement and a set of stairs, and use the new lower generation numbers and the higher square footage mitigation numbers and come up with what the dollars and cents or percentage difference will be from yesterday to tomorrow if this worked out?
Yeah, we've been talking.
Yeah.
Yes.
The answer is yes.
Yes. It's been in a bunch of packets.
As a percentage ratio, how much of a change is it?
430%.
All right, well, too bad I can't get the answer to that.
It's discussed even this evening.
Yeah, it's as proposed, it's a 4-fold increase, primarily around the inclusion of subgrade and garages.
Okay, well, I'm sorry if I missed that someplace, but it's valuable for me to hear. And the only other thing that I would then have to say is I've heard some people talk about the new cash in lieu number, and the problems that they have with this new cash in lieu number, and I have to say that I share their frustration with the new cash in lieu number for a very different reason. Yeah. I don't think it comes close to what we need to be doing out there. If 8.37% or whatever the number is, if instead of using some national inflation number, thank you, that we used year-over-year numbers from Aspen Digger and year-over-year numbers from the concrete companies and year-over-year numbers from the pricing sheets at the Lumberyard, everybody be begging for that 8.37 number to stay in place. So, thanks.
Thank you. Public comment this evening. Any other members of the public that are in the room with us care to comment tonight? Thank you guys all for sharing. Thank you for speaking this evening. I'll bring it back to council table.
I'd like to move that we continue this meeting. We've been here for close to 6 hours. I think this requires fresh minds. We've been presented with a lot of information. We've been presented with some stuff by a phone call. I would appreciate Michael Verdun to present his arguments in writing. I'd like to have more time to evaluate Haley Corman's comments. And I think I need to have a fresh mind to do that.
Can I ask a question about that, just procedurally?
Yep.
So procedurally, if we continue it, we're closing public comment now, and when we come back, do we move into discussion, or do we start back from the beginning?
No, we would start with discussion. I mean,
Start at this
you
point.
could reopen, obviously, but I was thinking very much the same thing, Ward. It's late at night. There's been a lot of very good and substantive comments made. I'd like some time to think about that, and I was hopeful that perhaps we could just continue to tomorrow night I don't know, we don't have an APSHA meeting, but, you know, to do it in a timely fashion. I really don't want to have it a 2 weeks from now type of thing.
For sure. Yeah, no, while it's fresh, I think
How available are people tomorrow night?
I'll just cancel whatever I have. I know I have things.
I would prefer Thursday or next Tuesday.
I think I would prefer Thursday, so we have at least a full 24 hours. And I do have tickets for Theater Aspen on Thursday night at 7, so I'd like to get an earlier start than a later start.
But my understanding is that Ms. Richards cannot be present Thursday?
No, well, I'm camping, but I can be present. I'd prefer something sooner, but,
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to wait till next week.
Then I would recommend Thursday.
yeah, Thursday, and if we do it earlier in the day, that would then be better for me and Ward, I guess. Depends on what other people's schedules or meetings are
We
like.
need to set that as we continue, so
Yes,
can I
we do.
go, can I go, if we're talking about earlier, like during the day, I'd love to see my calendar.
I would recommend that you continue the 2 ordinances and then continue the meeting all in 3 separate motions.
Okay, but if we need to pick a time, I'd love to go get my phone and look at my
Well, that's up to
calendar.
you.
That's all I'm
Deciding
saying.
the time is up to you.
Yeah, I'd like to,
But
yeah. I will make whatever work to make sure it works, but I need to,
You need to go get it, go get it,
okay.
because we are continuing.
Yeah.
So, Jim, to be clear, you're saying that we move to continue both ordinances to date and time certain?
correct.
Okay, we need 2 motions, or,
Well, I'm actually recommending 3 motions.
motions.
A motion to continue each ordinance separately. And then a motion to continue this meeting until whatever time.
Date and time
Thursday you
certain.
pick. Time certain. I would, I had another comment, I lost it. What time is it? 11 o'clock? Anyway,
You know,
oh, and I would recommend that you close the public hearing.
Whoops.
yeah.
For both
Formally
ordinances.
use the words. I
Yes.
close the public hearing, Tori. Not just bring it back to the table. I don't think that's formal.
Then the public hearing is closed.
Okay.
For both ordinances.
Yes.
Thank you. Do we have
All right, we're just waiting for him to figure out how early we can start.
Yep.
any,
my day is free. I would like to be done by 7 o'clock, but I would prefer meeting earlier in the day than later.
I can tell you what the first act is about.
Don't you dare.
I mean, you can continue it to any time during the day. That's
Right.
certainly up to you.
Comes the
Well,
time
and
now.
hopefully the availability of staff.
It's up to him.
Like I said, I will cancel whatever I need to cancel, but if it could be earlier, as was said, like between 2 or 4, that would be better.
I'd move that we continue ordinance 13 until Thursday, the June 30th at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Great. I had one more comment just for.
Wait a second, let's make a second on the motion.
I'll second the motion.
Okay.
Sorry. I just had one more comment that I just wanted staff to hear while we're in the meeting. The one thing that stood out that was new to me, that I'm just going to be considering so you're aware of it, the deferment agreement, right? I think that's bulletproof and good, but for that, primary single resident who's a full-time community member who isn't covered by that because of the definition following APSHA's rules as opposed to the ones we use in the short-term rental regulation is something that I need to think about and would ask you to think about.
Thank you for that.
Yep.
Okay.
We have a motion, a second for continuing further discussion. You have some items?
No, I just want to 2 o'clock on Thursday, the 30th.
Yes.
Okay,
Correct.
okay.
Further discussion for me, what hits me in this room is the discussion about locals and whether that's the demo program, whether that is the deferment program. I'm looking for that
local accommodation, local sensitivity. And I don't know how that comes back. I don't know what other council members will or won't support. But just sharing with staff, that's what I hear in this room, and that's what I am looking to support. I think you've done a great job on this ordinance to this point. And just as we come back together again, those are going to be the questions that I follow up with.
So, point of clarification on that, Mayor Tory. I saw some nodding, I think, from Councilmember Mesereau on that question. I think I see John nodding. So we have discussed in multiple meetings the deferral agreement and changes to that deferral agreement. We've also discussed very specifically the opportunity, as staff saw it, to create a separate lane for locals. And council was very clear as a result of that discussion that you did not favor a point system. You did not favor a separate lane. Unless I'm missing something, I am not aware of other opportunities that we've conceived of to this point to treat one homeowner differently from another homeowner based on their residence in the community. And so without further direction from council prior to the hearing on Thursday, I think we're at a loss on what we can show up with to respond to that without additional direction from council tonight.
Can I just clear up my head nodding so it's not misinterpreted? I was just generally nodding that the protection of locals is very important to me. I believe that is already substantially and effectively accomplished within the deferral agreement, with the exception of that thing I mentioned. Most of the comments that I heard from locals who felt that these rules harm them are based on the premise, as I understand it, as Mike communicated the other day, that even though they're getting a deferral, eventually it will come out of their end of a sale. And I just simply don't find that. I don't believe that's going to be true. So that's not a concern of mine.
Phil, I'll just add my 2 cents worth here, and they're worth about a penny at this time. I don't disagree with a 6 demolition, 6 as a number. The process that we get to it, I think, could use some fine tuning. Just some notes I made when Mike was speaking, and Fred particularly, that maybe we could have, instead of it being a crapshoot and push a button at midnight on New Year's Day, perhaps we could have a couple of weeks for the applications to come in, that they be, that we do have some kind of a point system for the age of the home, the size. If you're replacing redeveloping in place, I don't want it to create a speculation market for demolition permits, and I do want to be cognizant of the lives of longtime locals. And to Fred and Mike, I'm in that category too. We bought our house in '82, and I'm over 70, so I fit into that. But I just think that the number could be the right number, but some kind of a grading system, I think, may be appropriate. From what the public comment we've heard in the 1.5 hours I spoke with Mike Maple yesterday, and in the past, I think we have to be somehow weigh it for more locals. I don't know if that's possible, but those are my thoughts. Rachel.
Yeah, I had been thinking before we went into this, and as we hear the public comment, literally just about the question of whether 6 was the right number. I know we had talked about the averages over the past many years, and what no one seemed to mention tonight was that ability to ask for next year's allotments or multiple year allotments. But trying to think about it a little further, it's whether you could potentially have 2 classes of demolition permit, and one could only be applied for if you'd owned the home for over 40 years or 50 years or something like that. And that, then you could have your kind of general wide open 6 permits that are out there, and set aside 2 or some amount on an annual basis for that local demolition of, again, the property that could be well-defined as having been owned, lived in by a local resident for X period of time. It's just a random thought, but, you're asking for how we thought we might approach this. You're absolutely right. We did talk about the idea of having a GMQS for demolition permits. And that had a lot of issues surrounding it as well. And so that's why it was rejected at the table. And it has also been discussed that through a great deal of outreach through the business and the architect and the real estate community, discussions about this broader issue, and the real consensus that seemed to come back was don't mess with house sizes, allow us the same FAR to continue to work and develop homes in, but mitigate appropriately and count what we're building and look at the house as a whole package, not a, here's a house, but we're not going to count this part, we're not going to count that part, we're not going to count this part, which is what the old code used to do. And so I think these are strong and substantial and important components to bring forward. I do want to reach and find fairness with the long-term property owners here in this community. But I really would like at least some acknowledgement that it's been the restraint and controls and many other things that have created the value that people want to pay X many $1 million for a tear down and build another X many $1 million home on top of it. These haven't been by default, and it's not as if the working people in this community haven't made some sacrifices too, deciding to live at a place where maybe they'll never have equity, and based on some people's philosophy, should all be kicked out of town, and you know, our Sheriff Bob should have been on a bus 6 weeks after he had resigned, you know, rather than allowed to live his last of his days here. You know, I think we have the same pipes over at the Hunter Creek condominiums, which used to be called Silver Slum, and were built about 60 years ago, and we're expecting all the employees there to pay it back out of their 3% equity they don't really receive every year. You know, I heard that how many of our homes stock are over 50 years old, and some folks in the community, certainly not anyone who spoke tonight, feel they shouldn't be mitigated at all. We should just redevelop all 50 or all over half of our inventory of homes without any contribution to housing, because somebody else will do it. Somewhere else, somebody else will take care of the actual policemen who will come to your house when you need them. The actual restaurants to serve the people who are going to come here, because that workforce is gone, and it's disappearing fast, and it's not getting better.
Can we call the question?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think we should try to find an avenue or an off-ramp, that's something that creates a simpler process with a very defined threshold and entry door. And it's not a home that just flipped 2 years ago or 20 years ago. It's something that really is this true house-rich, cash-poor, local circumstance that we're trying to find a safe harbor. And that would be my direction.
Call the question, please.
Philip.
Just so that I understand, the opportunity for a multi-year allotment is not that off-ramp as you see it?
Well, as we talked about it before, there was some discussion that to really merit the awarding of a multi-year, it would have to be even above standard, or it'd have to really be doing something great. And maybe that's not exactly what the older home that is going to be redeveloped is going to do.
Okay, thank you.
You guys feel clear?
No, and it would be helpful for me to hear specifically from Councilmember Doyle, Councilmember Mesereau, about any desires or criteria that you can apply to what's emerging around this sort of locals off-ramp, so that we can attempt to respond to that by Thursday.
Yeah, like I said, I'm comfortable with the structure that we have set up here. What I'm interested in looking at is that sort of missing group of local.
I'll second that.
And I also want to check around the table and just say, I want to all remain aligned on this as well. And that's not to say I'm implacable about anything. So
Right.
I want to make sure I'm hearing you guys as well.
Yeah, we're going to continue our conversations until Thursday at 2 PM. And we're giving Philip and his team some stuff to chew on to come back and maybe have some modifications.
You feel clear now with those comments?
Yeah, we'll come back with revised materials for Thursday.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, we have a continuance motion second for ordinance number 13. Could we have a roll call vote for that, please?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yes?
Counselor Mesro,
See.
Counselor Richards,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to continue ordinance 14 to Thursday, June 30th at 2 PM.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Could we have a roll call vote for continuance of ordinance number 14 until Thursday at 2 PM?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yes?
Counselor Mesro,
Yes.
Counselor Richards,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to continue this meeting until June 30th at 2 PM.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? I want to make one quick comment. Again, I want to thank the members of the public that are here at 11 o'clock at night.
Yes.
Those that are both on the Zoom meeting. But I also want to thank my fellow council members for indulging some of the speakers that we had tonight. We do not like to go over as much as we did, but I appreciate all of you and your patience with me as well. So thank you so much. We have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote for continuance of the meeting until Thursday at 2 o'clock?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yes?
Counselor Mesro,
Ken.
Counselor Richards,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
Yes. All right, thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you guys for hanging in there,
Thank you, staff, Jim,
everyone.
Scott, Mike, thank you, and everybody else.
Jessica, thank you.
Patience is a joke.
Doesn't seem like, Mr. Maple should have called the plumber sooner.
Sorry?
I think Mike Maple should have called the plumber sooner.
I'm afraid that's hiding under the slab of my